An implicit bias that all of us have is that we are incredibly advanced. This is undoubtedly true if you look at the past. Science is amazing, technology has changed our lives, the internet is so cool, our Nanaji's Fufaji did not have TikTok. Can you imagine? But while it is true that we are more advanced than we have ever been, it is equally undeniable that 200 years from now, humans will look back and find us so primitive and backward. Again, this is a lesson we can learn from the past. In the 19th century, 200 years ago, there was no germ theory of disease, and a common treatment for many ailments was bloodletting. That is just crazy. Those guys were so backward. And surely, in light of what is to come, so are we. For example, decades later, public policy specialists could look back on these times and say, OMG, these guys had no clue of public policy. These guys had no clue of economics, or yada, yada, yada. Indeed, one specific field in which we don't need hindsight to say we are floundering, indeed it's evident that we are floundering today, is healthcare. Different countries have tried different approaches to this. No one has solved it. It's messed up everywhere, including in advanced countries like the USA and UK. Do we know why? Do we know how to fix it? Are we constrained by dogmas of the past and fashions of the present? It's such a mess. It's like bloodletting.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Amrita Agarwal, who is regarded by many people I respect as one of the most insightful thinkers on Indian healthcare. Amrita began as a standard issue consultant working in Bain for a few years after studying at IIM Ahmedabad. But she soon felt consulting wasn't enough. She wanted to tackle bigger problems. And what can be a bigger problem than Indian healthcare? She worked with the Gates Foundation for a few years, understood the field, applied first principles thinking, looked at the data from India, studied practices from around the world, and realized that everyone was getting the problem statement wrong. She's no longer at the Gates Foundation, but she's still engaged with this larger problem, and in our conversation today, shared not just her insights into healthcare, but also into consulting, philanthropy, the science of longevity, and the power of sunscreen. Terrific discussion all around, but before we get to it, let's take a quick commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their Daily Reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees, 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Amrita, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you, Amit.
So there's a quote whose provenance is sort of disputed. It's supposed to be by a guy called Rollo May. The opposite of courage is not cowardice, it's conformity. And when I think of a lot of people I know, and certainly you, it kind of seems to be the case because when you get inside a field, it is incredibly tempting to sort of just go along with whatever the conventional thinking is, to not fight the consensus, especially when your career can be affected by it, where you stand depends on where you sit, etc., etc. And therefore, I always admire people who think in an independent way and buck that particular trend and think hard about the field they're in. And when it comes comes to economics, I think of people like Land Pritchett, who's been blazing such a path, while development economics has moved in a completely different and kind of wrong direction. Our mutual friend Ajay is a similar kind of person, and in the context of healthcare, I certainly think of you like that. But we'll double click on the details of public health and healthcare later in this episode. But I just want to first begin with the general sort of question that, is it something that you have to push yourself to do, or is it something that just comes automatically? That, is conformity the default which you have to fight against? Or if you are a free thinker, you just are a free thinker and that's okay?
Thank you, Amit. With easy questions to begin with. When I think about myself, I have not necessarily thought of myself as a rebel. But at the same time, I do not think I'm looking for conformity either. I'm looking for understanding, I'm looking for truth, and I'm looking for meaning. And I feel some of it is how I grew up with values, and some of it is there's been a yearning inside of me to understand things and for it all to mean something. I think that's what drives me. And also, what are we moving towards? What is the outcome? And then coldly looking at it, and that's, I think, intrinsic nature to me. Once I fixate on whatever is which is meaningful, I will be ruthless about it. So I will look at every evidence in a cold, calculative manner, while the meaning is driven by heart, but the pathways to it is driven by my mind and logic and rationale, at the same time leaps of faith, but in a calculative, risk-taking manner. So I feel like, in a way, you have an episode on chess, which is out. I feel like a chess player. And looking at every possibility and looking at the pros and cons and being dispassionate about it. I feel what helps me is my values, which I grew up with, which is not to think about materialistic things or status or very regular trappings we fall into, which may, push towards conformity. But yeah, service, helping others, and meaning helps me be grounded.
I love what you said about the meaning comes from heart, but the rest of the journey comes from mind, because often we sort of make a dichotomy, between those. You'll have a phrase like bleeding heart liberal, which indicates all heart and no mind. Or you'll think of someone who is cold and calculating and does game theory and math, and you'll imagine that there is no heart there and it's all calculation. And actually, no, I mean, the intensity of the heart dictates the use of the mind, as it were. So, if I'm to dig deeper into what we mean when we talk about heart, would you say that is then a sense of purpose in terms of I want to do XYZ, and B in terms of values, that these are the core values that are dear to me, like maybe service, like you said, or freedom, or whatever the case might be. So if I'm to dig deeper on, what are those things that are core to you, that are coming from the heart, so to say, that drive everything else?
I have evolved over time, and my understanding of my own thought process and emotions have changed. It must have started out, and as I reflect back, in a very personal story, and which came from the journey which I took as a child and my family faced, and the sympathy I faced, some sympathy I have had for other Indians living in India and living through trying times. And I feel it started from a very personal experience. But as I have gone along this journey, I have understood values. And I have understood a broader thinking, broader philosophy, and I feel like I've evolved. So beyond the experience which I had, and therefore trying to give back to society and improve things for everyone, there is a values and a philosophy which is around meaning. And so it's a bit of an evolution.
Let's talk about that journey and that evolution. Tell me about your childhood. Where were you born? Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Jamshedpur. I love my city and I love to talk about it. I would say my life growing up in Jamshedpur is in two broad streams in my head, at least. One is about freedom, and starting from a very conservative place in my ecosystem and my family. And the second is this personal health crisis, which my family went through. I come from a typical Marwari large family. And growing up, I was very aware that women were secondary in my ecosystem, as is with the case with many such families. But strangely, what happened with me is I experienced freedom. And I was very lucky, because part of it was my parents, part of it was the school I was brought up in, part of it was Jamshedpur with its unique features, and part of it was I just got plain lucky. So my mother was very conscious that she didn't have freedom, so she would give me permission to do whatever I wanted. My father wanted us to have a better life, so he ensured that we relocated to the best part of the city. We got admitted to the best schools, which gave me many more opportunities to develop and thrive. Our school principal loved sports, and in a girls' school, to really play sports hardcore, I played 4 hours a day for 8 years. I played basketball. It's freeing, because physically you really get to challenge yourself, and I do not know how many women get to do that. I played at school level, state level, national levels. I got to challenge and train my mind to have power over my body and to have power over my emotions, because when you play in a team, it's very difficult. So I feel like it was really freeing for me. I also had freedom in a very weird way, because there's not as much pressure as on a girl child. There's no expectation to join the family firm. There's no expectation to excel. And so I could choose to study physics or science when the rest of my family was doing commerce and CA. I could choose not to study for IIT because I found it physically too taxing. After 2 months, I gave up. I was like, this is not making sense to me. So it was really interesting way of getting freedom. And then I found freedom in books. I feel like I was an oddity. I did not really fit with the conversations around me. And perhaps my mind was looking for something more exciting, something more adventurous and grander lives than we seem to live. And I think books were a great escape to figure out what was happening in the world. So I got freedom through books. Yeah, so I got a lot of freedom. So that is one track in my mind, which has, characterized my growing up years in Jamshedpur. Also, Jamshedpur, I was just discussing with a friend the other day about her small town experience in Gujarat versus mine. And I realized the multicultural milieu of Jamshedpur is quite interesting. And it brings about freedom from your own community's biases. So I had friends who were Christians, friends who were Bengalis, friends who were Tamilians. And it was very, very open. So I think that really, again, shaped me quite a bit. So that's me being open to exploring things around me. And then there was a whole catastrophe which my family went through when my father was in mid-40s. I must have been 12 or 13 years of age. He had a big health crisis. His kidneys failed. And we went through a few years of figuring out his treatment, his transplant, and then he's been off and on ill for last 25 odd years. So I feel like that was a very interesting phase of life. I can say interesting now. As a child, it must have been more difficult. But that made me also understand that lives are quite unpredictable for human beings. And the monetary, the physical, and the emotional it takes on the entire family, not only the patient, is quite substantial. And the effects can last for many, many years. So I feel like that really was deep there inside me. And, we were relatively better off. We were middle income. We had savings. We had a network. We had a community. And over the years, I saw many more people come to us While we had been supported, my family members, my mama ji, nani ji, other relatives, I'm really grateful for them. But I saw many more people come to my father with their health issues and their problems. And I understood for the people who do not have resources or do not have the knowledge or do not have the connections, it is far worse. So, having experienced the tough times, I understood for others it could be even worse. And that is the other value I took away. Despite so much challenges in my father's own personal life, he was always ready to help others. And that has really been a strength. He will have days when he'll break down because his body cannot take it anymore, but he will, at this age, after 25 years of illness, he will still want to help others. So that's how it was growing up in Jamshedpur. In a way, it's difficult, but in a way, it's very freeing and happy as well.
So many things I want to double click on. One of them is this, that, when I speak to a lot of people between my age and your age, let us say, let me conveniently put us in the same sort of generation at different cusps of it. One thing I realize is that their parents, in a sense, and we don't realize this because we've normalized the world as it is, but their parents lived in a different world where they had no opportunities and self-actualization was limited and there was really nothing. And a lot of the living that they did, in a sense, was through their kids. Like, it is very poignant when you say that your mom, who did not experience those freedoms, therefore made it a point to, to give it to you, as it were, that your dad wanted to make sure that you went to the best schools and got those opportunities. And they may not at that time have seen the changing world that was coming with all its opportunities and all. But I find it kind of poignant, and I find it almost a common theme running through, people of that generation who are like the parents of our generation, that, it's a severely constrained world. You can't possibly know how constrained it is because you don't have a vision of what life is going to be 30 years later, or what, women in the West, the freedoms they may enjoy, and etc., etc. But there is almost this unarticulated sense that there is a better life and we didn't get it, and that's okay, but our kids are kind of. So tell me then a bit about your parents, and what part do you think that played in the shaping of you, so to say, beyond the circumstances, and we'll come back to that, but just beyond that, what were they like as people? Like, were there books at home? What were the sort of conversations like? Was there a sense at that time that, like you said, that there was an academic pressure on you because you were a girl, but was there nevertheless a sense of what are you going to do, that there's something more at the end of the line than just, getting married and stuff? So what was that like?
We were never a chatty family. I think there was a lot of love, but it was not expressed. There was a lot of support and strength, but we were the strong, silent family to each other, which does happen in India quite a bit. So I always knew I could depend on them, but we didn't really discuss about future and hopes and emotions. I do remember it being very entrepreneurial. So, typical Marwari family. My father had a CA firm. He was the second CA in town. But he also kept experimenting with other businesses. So he would buy a shop, and we would try and run a medicine shop on the side. Then he would just keep iterating with other opportunities. So that is, again, a memory in my mind, which is, business is very normal and it's interesting and one should keep experimenting and trying. And he was successful and respected in the society. And what was very striking to me, because we didn't discuss it, but I heard from others, was because he was there for everyone. So that was the recurring thing which I remember about him. I do not remember him having so much time for us, but I knew that he was trying to be there for everyone as much as he could. So that's the kind of family we had. Yeah, so it was not so much getting direct influences at home. It was more observing and experiencing and seeing the values around me and then imbibing that. And I think a lot of my thinking about the world has been shaped by books, actually. about what do I want to do, what is interesting, what is meaningful, what are the grand questions of life. I feel like that has come more from reading books, or as I grew up beyond Jamshedpur to college, or beyond college to other spheres of my life. I feel like that has been built over time. So I feel like the values are very much almost imbibed, and then I have grown in my own sphere.
So a digressive question, which could also have come at the end of the episode, but I, thought of it when you sort of spoke about your dad's health crisis, and it comes back to a conversation I was having just a couple of days ago, where I met this friend of mine who runs a think tank / NGO in Delhi, and he's in his late 30s, and I was just telling him that, look, over the last year or so, I've started thinking a lot about aging, and there's been that that realization that, oh my God, time passes much faster than you realize it. You begin to realize how little time you kind of have as you grow older, and then you begin to realize that the weeks and the months just go by. One of my friends, Gautam John, once told me this, gave me this great line about the days are long, the years are short. But sometimes I feel even the days are short, even the weeks are short. Everything kind of slips by. I remember Jan 1, 2024, I'm thinking, what am I going to do for the year, and making my plans for the year, and we're already recording this in the middle of June, right? So it's time moves really fast. And when I said this to my friend who's in his late 30s, who's 38, 39, and he said felt the same thing, and he said he felt it during COVID. People close to him passed away, and he said that, oh my God, that's when I realized that you can't take this shit for granted, that time moves really fast, that everything ends. There was a colleague of his who's also a dear friend of mine sitting with him, also in his late 30s, and he said that, when X joined the organization, I told him that, boss, we have to hurry, we don't have time. And that is both in a context of, the nation, the fact that we're losing the demographic dividend, it reverses in 2040. It's in that context also, but it is also in a sort of a personal context. And I think most of us, the default mode of living, in fact, the mode of living which we have to adapt if we can live happily, is to assume immortality. To assume ki sab theek hai, we are going to live forever. You got to just chill. I think there's some quote to the effect of, live as if you're going to die tomorrow, but learn as if you're going to live forever. Something to that effect. I forget the exact thing. And our default mode is to just, and some people have this all their lives, that, they don't step back and take that perspective and get intense about living, as it were. So do you think that a health crisis like that did that for some of you? Like, maybe that's why your dad, perhaps he was always a helpful person, but that could be one spur for him to try and help others, because you realize that in life a lot of the stuff that you otherwise prioritize, like wealth and all that, doesn't really matter so much. It's people and relationships and all that. And for you, do you think that was that there was a shift there, or what's your perspective been like?
I can clearly see why in many cases such a health crisis could be a cry for shifting one's life, but I feel like in my family context, I saw that growing up. It came from my grandfather. When I speak to my father about it, my grandfather was like that, and my father was, there were 5 brothers and 2 sisters, but he felt always closest to his father. And this is what I also saw with my mom's side of the family. Again, my mama ji and my nani ji, extremely helpful and, oriented towards helping others. So I don't think crisis per se shifted that narrative. What did make it highlight, what highlighted things for me was really that despite your own problems, you're able to rise above that. You were still able to maintain your value system and look beyond everyday pain which you were having or everyday crisis you were having to try and rise above that. So I feel that got magnified in my mind.
Tell me about the stuff you were reading. Like, you spoke about how, the grand questions came through books, as it were. So what kind of kid were you? What were you reading? What were your obsessions, so to say, at that early age? Like, I'm really talking, before you go to college and all of that. At that early age, while you're growing up, what is naturally drawing you towards itself?
Everything I could get my hands on. It was a small town, and we were not a family which bought books. It was me laying my hands onto anything I could grab. And I do confess I was quite enterprising. So if one of my relatives had, one of my uncles had a library, I would manage to get books which I should not have gotten at that age. and I would make friends with the school librarian. She's an amazing teacher, and she would take me shopping with her for the school library.
Oh my God.
I had a nice barter system going in the school because I could read very fast. So I would read 3 books a day. So I would borrow from a friend, read it quickly during the classes, lend it to another friend in exchange for another book, read that during the classes, do another second exchange, take that home, read it. So I had a very nice barter system going for many, many years, where I would have bought 3 books in total in all those years. And between the library and my friends and some of the other libraries I had access to, I managed to have a very nice gig going for myself. So I feel like I wasn't restricting myself to what kind of books I wanted to read. I was just desperate to escape into a more fun, adventurous, exciting world. I feel like a few things, a lot has faded. The usual Alistair MacLean and adventure and spy thrillers were there. But I remember reading this book called Strong Medicine, Arthur Haley, when I was in 6th standard or 7th standard. And I don't know if it was age appropriate, but I got it from someone's library. And during a wedding, I remember that's what I did. I just sat in the corner and I read the book. And it did leave a very strong impression in my mind about the pharmaceutical industry, which was interesting. So it was not a very deliberate reading. It was whatever I could get my hands on. One interesting book which left a lasting impression on me was Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged. So my brother had gone to college. He had got the book home to read. I was in 9th standard and I read that book and I was completely enchanted. Looking back, I don't know how much I understood, but it seemed to me that there was a whole world. There was a struggle between meritocracy and equality and socialism, and where in that fight the society would land. And it was very fascinating. I could see some of that around me in the social construct we were all living in. But I felt quite impressed by that book. I remember reading Animal Farm. Again, some books which just happened to come my way. And other books which I have forgotten. But they were interesting. Yeah. So anything I could get my hands on. In fact, one of the stores my father bought was a bookstore.
Oh.
Which he converted into a pharmacy. But as a result, we got a whole lot of books which were to be thrown away, and I got to play around with it. So there was a horror novel called Omen 2. Yeah, so this was the fun way of reading.
A bookshop becoming a pharmacy is it a metaphor for your life?
Oh yeah, could be.
Yeah. It seems from this that like 3 books a day is pretty awesome. Oh my God. And it seems from this that like, as someone who used to read a lot myself as a kid, I realize in hindsight, looking back, that in a sense it set me apart from everyone else in the sense that my interior world was very different from theirs. And you could argue it is richer, you could argue it is more cluttered, you could argue whatever, but it's different from theirs, and I'm spending a lot of time in that interior world, and the way I look at everything is shaped by that. And there is perhaps a danger there that can also isolate you from others, that it can, you can withdraw into loneliness. In your case, that's clearly not the case, because you also sort of did sports, and you said, so you would read 3 books a day and play 4 hours of basketball a day, which is this good days in a sense. So tell me about what that process was like that shaping of yourself. Like, what was the story about yourself that you told yourself? Like, who am I? Where am I going? What am I going to do? How do I fit in?
What you said was very real to me, this isolation and loneliness. So it was very interesting for me to read books, and I immersed myself more and more into it because I started to disconnect from the conversations around me. If it was clothes or boys or she said, he said, it didn't seem to be important to me. But thankfully, and I was a bit of a lost child because I was in my head with the books. I have to really thank my friends that they did not abandon me. They thought I was this crazy, interesting, funny person, and they would just keep me around, and they were just nice to me. So I loved playing with them, and I had a great circle, so which prevented me from being isolated. But in a way, I never also fitted in fully, because I feel my mind also did not work in some conventional ways. For example, during exams, if someone would call me and ask me about what to study, I just could not answer anyone anything, because my mind was just not processing information the same way. If someone was having a conversation about clothes or boys, I just was not able to participate. So I felt a bit lonely and not understood. But, in those days, I do not think there was a deep desire to be understood. I was happy to be friendly and distracted from my troubles at home, or not wanting to discuss things. And I was just happy to have a very friendly, happy environment. So I feel like sports helped me to be mentally strong when I needed to be. And my friends were really, really amazing and fun. But I did not get to connect on the thought level with anyone at home or at school, which I found much later in my life outside. So I'm only grateful for the good I got, but I do feel I was lonely, and I really got to have conversations only in college and afterwards.
Yeah, what you said about you didn't want to talk about clothes or boys reminds me of the quote, small minds discuss people, average minds discuss events, great minds discuss ideas. Stop quote. And I guess people who sort of read a lot are also more drawn towards ideas. But tell me about then the rest of your journey from there. Like what happens after school at that point? How are you thinking of what the future holds for you? What are your inclinations like, and where do you go from there?
I would say I was a lost child. I knew I did not want to do a conventional IIT because that's what was needed. I did very well in school, but I was told to drop a year and attempt IIT, and I was not very motivated. Maybe I just wanted to play and read books. Stevens happened by chance. Just someone I knew, her sister had gone to Stevens, and I was a bit naive. I just applied to one or two colleges, and I was lucky to get through. Looking back, I was very naive. I should have been more systematic about it. I feel like I did not know anyone who had been to Stevens. I had not spoken to anyone before. And it was the first time living outside by myself. But it was actually very liberating and very, very nice for me in a way. It broadened my horizons. So there were sciences, there was arts, economics, English, history, Sanskrit, chemistry, every field. And I was in the residence in the hostel, and I got to speak with everybody. And there was a lot of time spent under the dhaba tree, as a lot of people from Stevens do, drinking Nibu Pani and eating samosa and just chatting about the world. So I felt much more comfortable in that environment in a way, discussing ideas, learning about the world, seeing the whole tapestry. I feel like I wasn't very focused even then. I was just happy to explore. It was a very relaxed environment, which later on I think I've really missed. After that, life became very hectic and busy, but Stevens was very, very relaxed and peaceful. So I do value my years there. And KP Krishnan, in the episode he did with you, speaks about Stevens as a place where he got to connect with a lot of people, like-minded people. I feel like my experience was slightly different. I feel like I was still a very much of an introverted child in my books and my music, but I got to explore ideas with other disciplines, and I feel like that's what I really treasured the most.
You mentioned about how it was relaxed there, and afterwards things got hectic. And do you think that we undervalue that kind of relaxed atmosphere? Like, one of the problems with a lot of education, but also a lot of the approach that a lot of people have towards life itself, whether for themselves or whether for their kids, is a very goal directed one. कि IIT करना है तो JEE पढ़ो, एक साल of law, etc., etc. Or you're doing this because you want to get that. You want to be a vice president in Citibank. You want to, you want a nice house and whatever, and everything becomes goal directed, and everything then then becomes extremely hectic. And there is a value to the relaxation in two different ways. And one way I think which applies especially when you're a child is that what you do in that leisure time, whether you're reading fiction or playing a sport or you're just chilling, it helps you think in different ways. It helps you get a richer interior life than just doing something that is goal directed. And I think even as an adult, being in that relaxed atmosphere gives you a chance to, in a sense, arrive at yourself, arrive at who you are without the pressure of, doing stuff or expectations foisted upon you. So what is your sense of that?
I think the coming many, many years would teach me when you're acting and in that hustle bustle of the life, you do not have time to reflect or to declutter your mind or just to be happy. You do not even know how to appreciate happiness. And so I feel like it was a very unique moment. And that relaxation also helped give space for exploration and observation. So there were great personalities who would come to the college, and just because of what St. Stephen's College was, and it was amazing to talk to the chief election commissioner or to talk to other great thinkers or Nandita Das or whoever came to the college to absorb and to explore things which were not related to your fields. So I feel like that exploration comes along with relaxation. And so I fully agree with you. For example, I feel like I Am Ahmedabad was a shock for me. In a way, again, I was not very goal directed. I just did not, I knew by the end of St. Stephen's College that I did not want to do a PhD in physics anymore. I did not want to sit in a lab and not talk to the world. I had done some elective courses on economics and I found it fascinating. And I wondered if I had had more exposure early on, would I have not gone into that space? But I just went along to IIM Ahmedabad just because my brother had been there before. And, I always looked up to him and I was maybe perhaps trying to catch up with him in my own way. But I feel like arriving at IIMA made the contrast between the two places to me really very real. Extremely goal-directed, extremely ambitious, extremely cutthroat, competitive, and a bit of a stressful environment where everybody is trying to move ahead. And in many ways, a struggle for many people because everybody had been top of their colleges before and they had all ended up in this place, and there can be only one topper among other toppers. Also, the placement process is a bit dehumanizing, I felt. So all of this would create a stressful, activity-driven environment, which is a deep contrast from my past few years at St. Stephen's College. So I felt the contrast very, very keenly. And I felt those years I reduced my exploration substantially.
And do you think, in a sense, that it's a blessing that you didn't take a formal route into economics, for example, by actually studying it and all of that? Because, I certainly feel that way about myself because it was taught so badly when I was in college that if I'd actually gotten degrees in econ and all, it would have probably closed my mind to different other frameworks and so on. I would just have become ossified in the conventional thinking and it would kind of have been a danger. Whereas in whatever you've done, whether it's, using economics in your work or public policy or healthcare or whatever, you've actually taken a really unconventional path there, which I think is great because it A, allows you to be multidisciplinary, and B, you're not then, the conventional wisdom isn't the default, you're still questioning stuff.
No, absolutely. I feel I have only had an advantage because I have come from different disciplines. I spent a lot of my years in science and physics, which is all about rational thinking and evidence-based cold-hearted critical hypothesis testing. I feel like my business years in management and consulting really opened up the worlds of markets to me. As in my consciousness, the market-oriented thinking is something which I grew up with a little bit, but that's the world I was sort of given. So my default is not that government needs to start with things. My default is things are happening by itself. So I feel a circuitous path into economics has definitely helped me to not conform, as you were earlier alluding to. I do not know in what ways it has specifically helped, but I've also taken time to come to be comfortable with myself, because health is a field which is very, very specialized, and they're very specialists who have only done health economics or health for a long time. So when you come from outside, you feel you have to earn your stripes, or you have to understand the language, or you have to understand the history. So I feel like it has taken me some time to be comfortable with myself in this space.
And tell me about how you kind of built your frameworks to look at the world. Like, for example, when looking at markets, I guess some of it would have been just by osmosis, by growing up in a Marwari family, and Jamshedpur's a little more multicultural, I guess. So there's more interactions happening. So some of it is osmosis, some of it is, diving into more nitty-gritties when you're at IIM. But the default thinking of all Indians of our generations was a very statist one, that the state is a my baap and the state will do everything, and and that becomes a default thinking. That top-down engineering mindset kind of is then very hard to break through, and that also happens to be conventional thinking in most areas. So what was your intellectual evolution like? Is it that you start from a particular point and then gradually you have those your mug by reality in different ways, and you adapt and you adjust? Or is it that you were always sort of the Atlas Shrugged person saying that no, freedom?
I do not think I came to any of my later years from the point of freedom to begin with. I came from, again, what is the meaning? What are we driving towards? What is the evidence-based approach towards it? Therefore, what makes sense? But what you said is very fascinating, that we start in our generation with the statist view. I feel I did not have that growing up. In fact, my path to health systems started when I was in consulting, and jumping ahead to my years at Bain & Company. And I was there for close to a decade. And I used to only work with private firms. Private firms were solving the world. And it was one report, there was a HLEG report early on in 2011 with, Dr. Srinath Reddy, Nachiket Moore, and Nachiket I worked with later, and great mentor. That report plus additional analysis around that really opened up to my mind about state failure. And market failure. So I was very happy in that construct, maybe in contrast to every other thought process in the country, that markets could solve everything by default. And then coming into the space and there was this specific analysis I remember starkly in my head, that 80% of the mortality in India is NCDs, non-communicable diseases. But 80% of the spending is communicable diseases and maternal child healthcare. And that contrast really, really shook me up, that something was not right in the system, including in the markets. So till that moment, I had not thought about market failure or state failure. I was just a regular MBA person going about working with firms. And that sort of, at that moment, I went back to my childhood and realized that, okay, there's something really not right with the system. And that's what pushed me into saying, okay, let me go figure out what is happening with the system. And again, because of my journey, which was not from humanitarian fronts, or which was not from state capacity fronts or state failure fronts, I feel like I could go into it very evidence-based. And so I knew that I did not want to work in an NGO, because that would not solve the problem statement I had been posed with. Sorry, nobody was posing that problem statement to me. I was posing the problem statement to myself. And I knew that I had to take a bigger picture view as to understand what was happening. So it evolved step by step on its own. I don't think there was a preconceived notion I had on state failure or market failure.
Tell me about the years in consulting. Like when you were doing an MBA, how did you envisage yourself at that time when you were in IMA? That what are you going to be? Did you think of yourself as having sort of a typical corporate track and you're eventually CEO somewhere, or did you think someday I'll be an entrepreneur? Were you someone who thought in terms of problems to solve? So what was that journey like doing your MBA, trying to figure out what you're going to do, and take me through your sort of trajectory after that.
I was always a bit of a lost child. I remember in the IIM Ahmedabad interview being asked, why do you want to apply for IIM Ahmedabad? And I remember saying, I do not know. And all credit to them, they still took me. So I continued to feel a bit lost because I did not understand then, but I was searching for meaning. And I was not able to find it in the day zero college or packages. And to be honest, in some ways I was lucky because it was less hard for me than for others. And I got shortlists and I got placed relatively easier. But did I have a specific view as to what kind of company I wanted to work on? Did I have a view about what I wanted to achieve? I do not think at that point of time I had one. I was just going ahead with life because one needed to do something. But I also was sure in my head that I was not doing this for money, or I was not doing it for status. I think I was still exploring. I interestingly did my internship with Lehman Brothers in New York in 2007.
Oh, do you know Mukul Chadha?
Oh, I don't think so. I was an intern on some desk.
He was around, I think, maybe a year before that. Yeah, he's an actor in Bombay. So you're the second Lehman Brothers person on my show. Then
many more should come.
Yeah.
So, actually, there's another world event where I have been close to the time of the world event. I was in Wuhan in 2019 July.
Oh my God.
So, in a way, looking back, quite interesting.
We got to track your movements.
Yes, and then the next world disaster. But, my New York stint in Lehman Brothers, and this is when the credit desk was starting to turn bad, made me understand that I did not want to just do the topmost job out of IIM, because I didn't understand why we were doing things. It was a lot of the what and the how, but not the why. And I feel that moving towards consulting, I did not know what I was getting into, but it was really good for me because it was a lot more of the why and then the what, the how. So I feel like it just happened because, it's one of the more prestigious jobs coming out of the college. So I just went along. And, but I felt that compared to investment banking, it just fit me much, much better because it gave me room to delve deeper, to understand, to interact with the systems around me, to change things around me. So I feel like I was blessed. I did not know what I was doing, but I was blessed to have made it to consulting.
Tell me more about your consulting journey. And I'm also curious about, when you speak about the asking of why, and this is, I guess, a continuing search for meaning just going on. But a lot of the whys, I would imagine, in consulting would be proximate whys, answering perhaps smaller questions, like maybe there's a new technology, how does my firm adjust to it? Or how do I break into this other market, and et cetera, et cetera. And they're all interesting whys, and it provides you a place to start, and et cetera, et cetera. But they're not the kind of larger whys that give you meaning in your life. So, and I'm guessing that later comes obviously from healthcare, but take me through that journey of consulting. Like, what were the kind of problems you worked on? What did you enjoy about it? Was the kind of thinking that was required something that came naturally to you and therefore it made sense? And what was the kind of, or was it something that also shaped you in a sense?
I think what really was good about consulting, which fitted me, was even if it's proximate questions and more smaller questions, and which is the case in many, many assignments, it still was very open to first principles thinking. There were not so much jargon and technical aspects of just finance where you had to just go through it. There was room to think about the first principles and pressure test and innovate. And I feel like that freedom to think was important. I remember in the first year at Bain, I had a German transfer boss. And I remember fighting with him at 10 p.m. in the night because he had asked me to not think and just do. And I was this child coming out of college, and I shouted at him, "How can you tell me not to think?" Obviously, I got a bad rating. So, nonetheless, so I feel like there was space to think, and that's what really fitted. Why it was really good for me is it shaped me. What consulting firms are good at doing, especially the top tier ones, is really because the human resources is their core goods. They want to hone the human resource into a change agent. So if you're an introvert, how do you learn to deal with the world? If you're not very systematic, how do you learn to be systematic? If you're not a great communicator, how do you learn to be comfortable or find your own space for communication? If you do not know how to work with different styles of people, how do you learn to adapt? And at every stage, consulting firms, the good ones, would scale you up. So it's in the incentive of the people above you to get more leverage from you. And how will that happen if they push you to grow? So it teaches you to be a very growth-oriented person. And in a span of few years, I could see a lot of changes in myself for the good. I would not speak to anyone the first 2 months, being the introvert sitting in one corner, to being able to converse with a lot of people, being able to have the confidence to push clients, to push projects. So I feel like it was very much shaping me to become a person who will be more useful in the world outside. But at the same time, as you said, there were many challenges, at least, which I faced. I feel like it's a great career for a lot of people, but I constantly felt 3 things were challenging me. One is that the lifestyle is not great. The second one was that the worldview is very narrow. I constantly had this feeling that I was missing out on the bigger picture. So I also felt I didn't have any other experience. I'd only done consulting. What did I truly know about being in a firm? What did I really know about any of these things I was talking about? Third was I was working on other people's proximate problems. And what does it all mean? So again, that search for meaning was there, and I felt that I needed to push myself out. So I feel like it was an important growth phase. And then I had to go out and explore and figure out for myself.
Just thinking of the act of consulting, it is at one level very daunting because, you're kind of, once you sort of figure out how to get to the first principles and ask the right whys, that kind of helps. But everywhere you're essentially a generalist and you're trying in a very short span of time to grok what a client's problem is. And then you have to sort of consult them and give them advice and etc. etc. And what was that sort of process like? And even before you answer that, like one question I sometimes get, like Ajay and I on our show have sometimes spoken about working from first principles and all that, and there's this question that's been posed at various comments or whatever, that what is first principles thinking? How do you do it? Please illustrate it. And we haven't taken that question on yet, but I will conveniently throw it to you now. That I'll ask you this, like, what is first principles thinking? Can you illustrate it with an example? And how asking the right why and getting to the core of the matter kind of makes things much easier from there.
Okay, that's an interesting question to be posed, and I'm going to take 10 seconds to think about what example, if I have, if any. So, I feel like my whole exploration on health has been first principles thinking. But in consulting, I was not sure about if I wanted to stay in consulting. And I thought this through from a first principles basis. I questioned, okay, what will be the end future of consulting itself? Is there any value consulting has for the world? And I think AI had just arrived on the scene and data analytics was beginning to be all the rage. So I had to, when I was trying to pose the larger question long term, 1, what was the future of consulting? 2, what did it mean for me? 3, is this the kind of life I would want to lead? I feel like I could have had conversations with people, but I chose to just sit with it myself and create scenarios. And break this down into evidence I have for which scenario was likely to win out, because there's a probability of every scenario. And if that scenario were to happen, then what would be the impact of it on what it meant for me, and therefore what choices I had. So for example, on AI and data analytics, I had a worldview that consulting was an important service, but was it absolutely necessary? In the sense, there were firms existing without consulting. So what is the value add which consulting was truly doing? Was it bringing innovative ideas to the table? Was it spreading the known ideas to other firms? Was it augmenting capability and capacity? Was it just being a therapist to the CEO and who's a lonely figure? And was it the analytical horsepower of the young, bright mind from IITs and IIMs? What was the true value add of the space? And therefore, in a AI-driven environment, what would it really mean? And I quickly understood that no, it was not the innovative thinking, because that's not a great business model. Because how do you create a repeatable business model will not come from the newest ideas. You cannot create cookie cutter service delivery models and replicate it, because the cost of innovation is too high and you cannot make enough scalable money on it. And some of those proof points came from conversation and pressure testing with senior leaders in Boston. How were they thinking about each of these scenarios? And then on AI, yes, there are things around the first principle for the analytics which could get supplanted by analytics, but there are additional value adds which a consulting firm provides, which is additional capability, etc., etc. And therefore, is this the kind of work which I want to do? So if there's no innovation and there is analytics will take away a lot of the coolest thinking, then what is left? And I felt that was not interesting enough for me, and there was larger interesting things to explore. So I don't know if this answers your question.
Yeah. No, I mean, the three basic questions: where is consulting going? What is a value add? And do I want to live my life like this? Is kind of a great example of getting to the core issues. Almost sort of, finding out the expected value of your future happiness. So a perfect way of sort of doing that. And so how many years were you in consulting, and what was that journey like? And through what was the arc of that journey like? At what point did you begin to feel that there has to be something more for me? And what were the areas you were kind of looking at?
I think, I'm very, very grateful to consulting, because it really shaped me who I am today. So to all my mentors in consulting, Ashish, Shri, Karan, Parijat, a lot of people who have seen me almost grow from a baby, which I was in my first few years, to a much more capable person. I'm just only grateful. I felt like my own journey was baby steps growing up in each of those skill sets which are required to do that role of consulting. But along the journey, every few years, I had a personal crisis of faith and search for meaning. So I would be that spoiled consultant who would go every 2 years and ask to leave, because I was just feeling burnt out. And looking back, it was not the number of hours or the travel. I felt I was incongruent with what I was doing. So I was really spoiled, and I would do this every 2 years. But I was there for eight plus years, and I would just have kindness and gratitude for people who had patience with my childishness and who helped me grow. But, having done this twice, and I was what was then called associate partner, and I feel like the nomenclatures have changed over the years. I just decided that I will not ask for another leave of absence. I would just quit. And I would push myself out of consulting, because I knew how seductive it was to just go back to a familiar cocoon. So that's what it was: growth interspersed by a few years of crisis every few years, and me just taking a cut off, saying that I need to now force myself to rethink my life, and then leaving.
So what was the balance between the push factors and the pull factors, as it were, of eventually leaving? Like you mentioned, the lifestyle was an issue, and the fact that there were proximate problems of clients and not something that could give you meaning. I'm guessing all of those could be push factors. Was there also something attracting you? Like, what was then, like, if you asked yourself the question that I don't want to live my life doing this, then what was your answer to the question that I want to live my life doing this, or this is what I want my life to be?
I did not have a pull factor. Health was something which was interesting to me. And the problem statement I just posed, which is I saw a misallocation of resources towards the mortality rates. And that was in the back of my mind. But I felt the challenge was I do not know who would work on this. I did not know that space at all. So I feel like there was in my mind something about now what I call policy impact, but I did not know what it was called then. And it was in my mind that I need to work on something along that line. I just did not know anyone who had done it or what the organizations were. And the few organizations in the development space I spoke to were not doing system thinking. They were working on proximate problems or humanitarian efforts, which was not tying up with my problem statement. So I feel like I had a vague notion. I didn't have a clear pull factor. Again, I feel like I've been open to exploration. So I decided I would give myself space for exploration.
Let's double click on a couple of the phrases you mentioned, and one is system thinking. So, just as I asked you about first principles, I will ask you about system thinking. What is system thinking? What were its applications when you first discovered it? And how do you think of it as a framework for looking at the world?
I was introduced to systems thinking by Nachiket Moore, and I'm ever grateful to him for introducing me to the world of systems thinking. My interpretation of it was, in the health context or in the broader context, was not to look at the first level order of first principles thinking, but to go to the next level. Okay, why is that happening at the next level? And why is that happening at the next level? So it's first principles thinking drilled down to many, 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 many levels to come to the core essence. And especially looking at interconnected factors which are not so obvious at the first level of first principles thinking. So in a way, it was comfortable and instinctive to me because it was extending of what I already was attuned to doing. But at the same level, I felt it was more deeper because it forced you to think about the second order effects and the third order effects and the fourth order effects. And I also discovered that there were ways of looking at the same problem statement when you start looking at it from a systems thinking perspective, which are so intuitive. In the sense, they're intuitive once you start thinking about that way, and which makes the problem statement so solvable. But arriving to that is really, really difficult, and convincing everybody else to arrive to that is impossible. So I discovered this space, in my Gates Foundation years and with a lot of good mentors globally and in India. But it seemed like something it's like a duck getting into water. It felt very attuned to me, but at the same time, it felt better than what I was used to.
Can you illustrate that? An example of system thinking, maybe?
I can again use health and go deeper into it.
Sure.
But that's the whole discussion we can get into.
That's a whole discussion. So as we come back to it later, you can double click on it. Tell me about the evolution of your problem statement, because the way you describe it, it seems that the first thing that you're looking at is a misallocation of resources when it comes to solving mortality, right? 80% this, 80% that. But that is an effect of something that is kind of more underlying. So I'm curious about how through the years, as you would have gotten deeper and deeper into it, how would that problem statement evolve? Like, what is that problem statement now? What is the problem you're trying to solve?
So I think great time to get into what is health. And so health, my current definition of what is health is largely a private good. And using the economics jargon, it's excludable and rival. And health care especially is private good. This is a big debate in the health community because in health community, public goods are government provided. in effect, they're government provided private goods. So the nomenclature is a bit confusing. So just taking a step back and clearing it a bit more. So there are private goods. So what we normally think of as drugs, tests, primary care, secondary care, tertiary care, all of this is what I would call private goods. And, this podcast has spoken about private goods many times before, so I will not get into it. There are many aspects to health which are public goods, which is, again, has been discussed before, which is, say, clean air, clean water, parks, public spaces, many more things. And those are often also called social determinants of health. There are elements of health which are externalities, which are both negative and positive externalities. Infectious diseases, often vaccines, etc. And then so public goods is the first priority, which comes to health, this is the highest return on investment which anyone can have. We should try and have for everybody. If everybody has clean water, nobody will fall ill and have diarrhea, and therefore the whole disease burden will go down and costs will go down. And in externalities, if during COVID people were wearing masks or taking vaccines, the chances of transmission would go down, and therefore it would make sense to take care of it. And private goods market failure, we know the standard market failure, which is, and I will go deeper into market failure of service delivery of healthcare a bit later, subsequently, and look at what does it mean in terms of solution. But addressing that market failure in private goods, I think, is the three things. And the fourth pillar for me is part of global public goods, which is things like knowledge and research and innovation. So these are things which are global public goods. Humanity learns how to vaccinate, and therefore we have a big order jump in our overall productivity. And it's such a big impact across centuries that I almost want to call it out as a fourth pillar in itself. To me, this is what health is, these four things. There is the individual. So all these are the health systems. Then there's the individual, what you and I, each person does for our own self. And as you said about healthy aging, we can do a lot ourselves. So that's the fifth pillar. I also want to call out in the health community, you hear the word UHC, universal health coverage. I do not think that is health system. What is universal health coverage? Universal health coverage just means that cover as many people as possible for as many diseases as possible for as much cost as possible. But it doesn't provide a framing as to what really is. Are you covering them in private goods, public goods, externalities, global public goods? What are you really doing? So I feel like that's not a very healthy framing for health, but this is how I would characterize as health. And what is the end outcome towards health? Is to deliver value for money. Biggest bang for the buck, best health outcomes at the most cost-effective prices.
So let me break that down and tell me if I've sort of understood it correctly. Like the Ajay once, illustrated the difference between public health and healthcare by saying that, look, healthcare is if you get malaria, you go and you get drugs to cure your malaria. That's healthcare. And public health would be, the spraying that you do to make sure that there aren't that many mosquitoes. And there is no incentive for private parties to do that spraying per se. So that is a public good, and that is something, therefore, that the government should do. But on the other hand, there is a lot of incentive for people to provide malarial drugs and to provide, anything that you would use to kind of treat yourself. You sent me this great piece by Jeff Hammer about the conventional thinking, which I'll link in the show notes. And he quotes Keynes there on what government should do. And Keynes said, the important thing for government is not to do things which individuals are doing already and to do them a little better or a little worse, but to do those things which at present are not done at all. Stop quote. And Hammer paraphrases this as saying, do public goods before private goods, because no one else is doing public goods, so you do it. And private goods, again, is something that time and time the lessons of history have shown us that a well-functioning market will deliver it much better than a government will. There's simply no point for a government to be out there. And if there isn't a well-functioning market out there, then the question to ask is, what are the structural issues for that and how do we solve them? Rather than say that, oh, these guys can't do it, let's put more restrictions on them and let's, go and and try to sort of do it ourselves. So this is sort of a fundamental disambiguation that is important between healthcare, which you want to enable a market to do well, and public health, which is a public goods, which is what the state can actually focus on. So is this a good summation just to lay the distinction out there?
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, and I fully agree with Jeff Hammer, public goods is the highest priority. It's the biggest bang for the buck. And the distinction I would make slightly differently from what you articulated is this is an area where government needs to intervene or finance or regulate, need not be the actor to do it. So, for example, I grew up in Jamshedpur, where I took public goods for granted, and it was fully delivered by a private municipality with clean air, clean water, trees, public spaces to walk, safety, safe roads. They would come back and expand roads as the traffic evolved so that people would be safe. So the level of public goods I saw getting delivered by a private entity was quite apparent to me. However, having said that, that was a very unique case of a company town with aligned incentives. So the delivery of this can be by private actors or by the government actors, but often the regulations or the standards or sometimes the financing of it, because it may not be something everybody will pay for a common park, often is something which the government needs to intervene on. So just wanted to distinguish the delivery of it from the financing and the intervention part of it. So absolutely agree that those are the priority items. And everything else which we typically think of, what we think of as Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, what we think of in terms of hospitals and primary care and drugs and testing, it's all private goods. Now, what tends to happen is we are very emotional about health, and we tend to think those private goods are actually should be public, or it should be available to all, irrespective of pricing. Now, I understand the sentiment, but what it distorts is the market's incentives to be efficient and to adapt. So I feel like there are two separate questions about equity and access and respecting humanity versus understanding that the private goods are most efficiently and effectively delivered through the market mechanism. And yes, there will be market failures, which will impose a very high cost. Again, because human lives are very sensitive, we're happy to think about market failure and be okay with it in the context of a shirt or toothpaste. But with respect to human lives, we feel very, very touchy. But those are things where the government should intervene. So keeping that equity should be solved through transfers of funds, equity should be solved through other mechanisms, and not try to distort the market mechanism, which is the best place to deliver the private goods. And when I'm saying market mechanism, it could be including by the government actors. It need not be only by the private actors. So I feel like that is where the conversation on private gets distorted.
Yeah, that's a great sort of clarification. And I'm wondering if, this default mindset that we have that the state should do everything. At one level, it is, of course, a statism that is embedded in India per se, because just of the way the state is designed and, sort of culture has taken that cue from the institution. So we automatically say that, hey, the state, if something is desirable, the state should do it. But is it also the case that if one looks at the evolution of healthcare, you go back to earlier centuries, for example, a lot of the things that were responsible for poor health were actually public goods. And once the state started solving them, like issues of water and sanitation and pest control and, immunization and etc. So a lot of the low-hanging fruit of doing something about the health of the people at large was from fixing these public goods, right? You fix, you give clean air, you have safe transport, you have etc. You take care of all of that stuff. And today we are in a scene where in the developed world, for example, those things things are more or less sorted, they more or less work efficiently, and yet the state involvement is just assumed to be necessary and assumed to kind of be required. So it's really a mindset question about why that mindset persists. I mean, and of course, a third way of thinking about the mindset simply is that a lot of the fashions of economics are you have statism coming in and out of fashion, and in the academy it's given far more respect than it should be given. So what's
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and maybe I think yes, the historical empirical answer seems to be that public goods have been delivered by governments in higher income countries, but I feel like I'm an empiricist at heart. Like, I feel like we do not know the context and the capability of the low income settings and what will work in our context. I also feel, I believe, in Service of the Republic had taught me a very important lesson, which is to understand that state capacity is a scarce resource, and especially in developing countries like India. And we should conserve it and focus our energies on things which nobody really else can do, to the point you were saying earlier. So if there are aspects of public goods which only the government should do, which is around laws, about funding, about doing some parts of the delivery, like, I feel we should focus the energies on that. But if you try and do too much with the state capacity, it may just not go the right way. And the answer could be different for every different state of India and every different locality of India. It need not be one answer. I just feel like I tend to approach it without priors. But I agree with you on that the private delivery of public goods may not always be a solution, because at the heart of a non-company town, which is bulk of India, there has to be social contract with the local level government and preferably an elected local government and the local population, and both that two sides have to move towards a consciousness on public goods, public health, which is public goods, and that is the heart of that. I do not think a public-private actor could solve. We do need that to be solved by government intervention on governance, on which is, so that is the heart of the problem. So we need to solve for that. For example, I had visited Colombia in 2019, just before the pandemic. We were visiting different countries to understand how the health systems operated. We met Ministry of Health people. We met the financing element of Ministry of Health, who used to buy facilities from providers, the insurer, the regulator. But the most fascinating conversation for me was the mayor of Bogota. And he was not in the health department. And he was worried about public spaces. He was worried about greenery. And he was worried about crowding in culture and bringing people for sustainable transport and exercise. And I felt that was really something which at the local level needs to be done. And I do not know how a private actor can form that social contract. So I think that has to be done something at the government level for sure.
So give me a sense of what was like after you quit consulting, then what was that journey you made towards actively getting involved in this field, and what was the existing ecosystem like at the time?
It was a fluke. I just sat at home for 6 months contemplating the world.
What were the options you were contemplating?
Actually, not much. I was just chilling out. And I think I was really, really lucky that one of my India office heads from Bain sort of knew about my interest, because he had been at the receiving end of many of my tantrums in the past. And he understood that I was yearning for some more meaningful things in health. And he knew the India office of Gates Foundation. Nachiket Moore used to head India office then, and he connected me to them. Alkesh Wadhwani, who's a key person in the India office, he interviewed me. And it was lucky that I chanced into this. And I was lucky that I chanced into it in a moment where health systems work was taking off, because I feel like that was what I was looking for without knowing what I was looking for. And I do not think I would have really fit into anything else. So it was luck and my good fortune that I got this opportunity. So again, for people who are trying to look for something, they are not such clear pathways, and you're smiling. And so I feel like, one of the things we can all try and do is create more knowledge around these kind of things. What are the options and what are the pathways? And if there are people who are, who can fund these kind of things for places for people who are looking to create impact and meaning, to create spaces for them. So I just was lucky. At Gates Foundation India office at that point of time had just embarked on the work on health system. So it was very, very timely. It is not an area which it had worked on globally or in India before. So it was a blank slate. And then I got to work on that. I got to build that out. So that's how my transition into this happened.
So a friend of mine who I've invited on the show, I don't know, I'll record with him later, but I don't know whether that episode will be out before. But he gave me this lovely metaphor for life where he said that, some people, they are like boats and you put a motor and you set it into a direction and the motor will take them very far, very quickly. And he said that my life is like a sailboat. Kuch motor nahi tha. I was just going with the wind, sailing this way and that way. And I did all the various things that I have done. And I think we often underplay the role of that kind of serendipity in our lives, that things happen at the right time, at the right place. And apart from, the timing in terms of your joining the Gates Foundation and coming to actually work on healthcare, it's also an interesting time because over those years, what is happening is that philanthropy is also kind of getting serious, getting organized, and so on and so forth. So since you've kind of been inside that world, take me inside that world. Like, there was a time where you would have sort of rich people with extra money and they'll find some pet cause and they'll put the money there, etc., etc. And it's very ad hoc and very whatever. But over the last couple of decades, perhaps, there's been much more systematic thinking about, how do we spend the money? Where should we spend it? What our approach should be, etc., etc. So give me a sense of that landscape as well.
Yeah, my years in this space was quite an eye-opener. People who work in the more private sector space, they think of this as one big monolith, but it is not really one big monolith. There are various actors, various shapes and sizes, and various objectives and risk appetite. I feel like there are three levels at the very, very basic, crass segmentation. One is what we've discussed is more humanitarian effort, which is there is someone in distress right now. How can we help them? We know it will not be sustainable, but right now there is a real benefit which someone is getting. So I feel like it is important. So the second level being, okay, let's create selective areas of lasting impact. So I would call it selective impact. So I'm using the word impact instead of effort, where it is lasting for sustained amount of time and it's sustainable, but it's in the selective areas. And often one tends to, why that happens, we can speak about. The third area is what I call system level impact, which is the system itself resets in a way, it creates a positive flywheel where it then starts moving towards the promised land on its own. Yes, it's a very, very long journey, but that slowly and steadily shifting the system towards public goods, away from market failure, externalities, that direction is, I would call, system level impact. Now, historically, globally, and in India, my experience or my exploration showed that a lot of effort, especially on philanthropy, was on the humanitarian effort, and it was genuine. And everybody gets to choose, and especially philanthropists are spending their hard-earned money, and they have full birthright to choose what they want to spend on. So again, it's a lower risk, but a very tangible impact which people are looking for. Graduating to selective impact, I feel like there are very great examples of this. It's a bit higher risk. It's a bit trickier. It's medium term, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Great examples, what Bill Gates did with vaccines. It's, the world has to thank him for creating capacity in developing countries to do vaccines manufacturing and R&D. It has saved many, many lives. I feel like it's very, very powerful, higher ROI, return on investment impact, which has been created. But again, it's in selective areas in that larger space. And then so also what tends to happen is people are happier to work in a medium risk environment. Individuals, employees, ecosystem. Nobody wants to work towards 30 years, 50 years when no one knows the outcome and where you cannot even pursue the metrics in the short term. So it becomes very unwieldy for governance purposes. So I can understand why that tends to happen. But the highest risk and the highest impact is in the system level impact. Now that is 50 years. So I was naive when I started with the Gates Foundation that I would fix the health system of India in 5 years. I was naive consultant. And I have understood since then that that's not how it works. The reason why many philanthropists do not work on this space is because it's truly 20, 30 years. And the path to that high risk but high outcome is not clear. It's not certain. There is no tried and tested method from other countries which you can supplant. It is contextual. It has to be figured out by walking the steps. It also cannot be left to others to figure out. One has to bring everybody, one has to be involved to figure that out. But when I look at what is the highest, philanthropy is the lowest cost, most flexible capital in which it can be spent on the most risky things. So if I am the well-wisher for philanthropy, and I think philanthropy has a big role to play for development overall in countries, I think it should be towards system-level impact. Now, that is easier said than done, and there are many aspects of what it looks like. I feel a couple of them, by no means exhaustive list, would be, one is just having the clarity of thought as to what is system-level impact. Again, there are no consistent frameworks by which everybody thinks. Everybody in health and in other spaces comes from their own vantage point. There is no baseline framing on public goods, market failure, externalities, etc., etc. And I feel like if one doesn't have the grounding of that, you will lose your way. You will not get to system level impact. I feel like there are many other elements of this which needs to be taken into account into thinking what capabilities need to be built in your organization and in the ecosystem around it. There are a lot of debates whether you should build institutions, fund individual researchers, whether you should evangelize and communicate these broader set of thinking, what you should spend your money on. I feel like I'm more agnostic towards the tools. One can figure out in what ways you can drive towards the actions as long as your overarching risk appetite is clear and your core principles, first principles and systems thinking is clear. I think everything is up for experimentation and grabs. And it's very hard because there is no status. There is no metrics. There are no things in the short term which you can go for. And optimizing allocation of spend also is difficult because you do not know what is driving success. So I feel like it is the toughest things for philanthropy to work on this. And hats off to every philanthropy which is working on this. So that's really my thought process on philanthropy, whether it means funding individuals, institutions, whatever the tool and form is. But yeah.
I'm reminded of that old sort of cliche about, give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach him how to fish, feed him for a lifetime. And I guess that's a choice a philanthropist faces. And like you said, that the first of the three categories you mentioned, the immediate humanitarian aid, must be incredibly tempting because then what you are doing is both visible and attributable, and attributable to yourself. So you can, if a fair amount of philanthropy is sort of driven by self-aggrandizement, where you want to see yourself as doing good, good, then it becomes really easy that, oh, I fed someone, or oh, I can kind of, see the effect of this. And like you said, for longer term, there are no metrics. Like, I'm just thinking aloud that supposing you want to do some good in a slum, one immediate way of doing good in a slum would just be to go and feed everyone, and or distribute free stuff, and that's an immediate sort of intervention that you've made, but it's very short term and it's just happened then. Another could be to send all the kids to school, to fund their schooling, because then you know that, okay, that's going to play out over the long term, and these kids will get a better education, and there'll be some social mobility possible there. But a third way is just to say that, let me not even think about the slum. Let me think, what can I do at the level of a system, at the level of the state, so that there is prosperity in the economy, and that prosperity comes here as well. And 30 years later, there is no slum at all, right? So all of these questions don't arise. You don't have to feed anyone, and all the kids are going to good schools anyway. And I would imagine the third of those is the hardest, because it is perhaps the highest EV. It's low probability but incredibly high impact. But like you said, you can't measure it. You can't set metrics for it. People within your organization, if you have an organization, will argue about what are even the metrics, what can we attribute to ourselves, how do we justify our existence, how do we ask for more funds, etc., etc. So what is your sense of then, like, as a philanthropist, I guess, sitting here rationally, if I had money to give, I would obviously want to do the third kind for the longer term, whatever. But I wouldn't know how to begin there. Whereas it's very easy just to go out and do some instant kind of response. So I'm guessing that there's an evolution of philanthropy where you move from the first type to the third type gradually over time. So what have you seen of that evolution? Like, what is the current state of the art in philanthropic thinking, for example?
No, I can't claim to be an expert on philanthropic thinking. I do not have tons of money to give away.
But the little that you've seen from inside the system.
I feel like a lot more global organizations have been doing the second kind of thinking, at least the ones which are operating in India at scale or in other developing countries at scale, because they may have had many, many years of trying one and not seeing it sustain once the funding stopped.
So the second kind is selective impact. You pick an area.
Yeah. So for example, maternal child healthcare or polio, or, so you pick your bets where you can, like smallpox eradication, you can just put the flag on and declare victory. I feel like that has at least been a model I've seen being practiced quite a bit. I've also seen some global organizations, maybe not many, which have looked at number 3. And, one of my good friends, an ex-World Bank person, has also always advocated to me the importance of World Bank. And I feel like there are some good thinkers in these institutions which have also looked at system level thinking. So these experts have gone out to the world. They have also influenced some thinking, and there have been aspects of the system level thinking like strategic purchasing or local level public goods, which has happened. But perhaps this is not mainstream. It's not really entrenched. Also, system level thinking is hard in the sense the same model cannot work in every country. So you have to build local context understanding and customize it and figure out the solution. And since very few people work on number 3, it's really not one accepted to enough focus and bandwidth is going into it. So I do not see in Indian philanthropy so much focus on number 2. I think that's growing now. I think Indian philanthropy is graduating from number 1 to number 2 stage. Very few selective ones are now beginning to talk about number 3. So it is, perhaps we're a bit behind global philanthropy. I do not really know how to do number 3 well, unless there's such a principal agent problem, because you just do not know if your theories are correct, if your actions are correct. There are no markers. There's principal agent problems. Also, if everything is so vague, how do you build salience in the system? How does the ecosystem around you know how to value you? Because you're doing something far away in future, why should the government or the other actors in the space or the private sector care about you? You're meaninglessly doing something in the long term. So perhaps a mix of, I'm just freewheeling right now, a mix of second, selective impact, grounding in, because it teaches you something about the system when you go and act on it. And then, but also having a portfolio allocation towards 3. But it requires a lot of right people, right mindset, involvement, challenging yourself, bringing external voices, not creating echo chambers. So I don't think 3 is a tried and tested, fully done model, but it's not a completely blank space either.
And if we talk about 3, would the state be the elephant in the room? Like, I guess a state would either be a big obstacle to systemic change, or it could be a big potential enabler of systemic change. But is there no getting away from it? Or is it possible to work on 3 outside of what the state is doing?
I feel like the state is one of the critical actors which will have to get involved at some stage. But I feel like there is things to be done before that, and there's things to be done around that as well. For example, public goods, public health. I've had a conversation on this with long-term health experts, and it's everybody will tell you, oh, we should do public goods, we should do public health, but what should we do about it? What are the laws which need to change? Who are the people who need to act? How should the governance change? How do we get there? What are the steps to it? I don't think we have any work on that front. So, we talk about, 1991 reform or, big milestones of what have happened in the country. Whatever I understand is it's many years of prep. It just doesn't happen one day you wake up and you decide that this is how it will be. And, people talk about Thailand as a great model for health system. It did not happen one day. There was a lot of research. There was a lot of understanding the nuts and bolts, and therefore, they went into their Thai model. So I feel like we're not at that level of maturity on many of the fields, and health is one field I know better. But this maturity needs to come in our research, in our thinking. And it's a bit of a challenge which I experienced myself. I was young and naive in this field when I started. This requires multiple skill sets, which no one tells you, right? I need to learn how to read the law. I need to learn governance. I need to learn markets. So it depends on which space you come from. This requires too many aspects which you need to grow into. So it is difficult. So there is lots to do on the what and the how beyond, yes, we should do it. So I feel like that doesn't need to depend on the government. The government, in fact, gets confused because we do not have a path. So we can go and say, do public goods. They will say how, and we will have no answer. So I feel there's also things which private sector can do. I'm not absolving the government of action. Please do not think I'm doing that. There's also things private actors can do. If we believe there's market failure, which, creates trust deficit in citizens and customers, can you think of branding yourself? Can you think of creating that as a value proposition? Can you create a club of conscious providers which are trying to be partners to the citizens and the customers in longer time and not have episodic delivery of care as and when you need, then I will charge you the highest amount of money or not guarantee you protocols. So is there no way for a private sector to innovate further? I feel like there's room, which, it's easy to blame the government. Government is not acting on it. But I feel like the private sector is also powerful if it really wants to do and sees value in this. So I feel like the customers also need to demand better. Each of us, there are things which we can all do, but in our healthy aging, and we do not. And as customers, we can be more conscious customers. We can have louder voices. We can have more red minds, and we can do better. So I think there's lots to do apart from the government. Yes, and philanthropy could do all of support all of this as well. But yes, government is an elephant in the room, which also needs to be looked at.
Before we go in for the break, couple of questions before we really dive deep into healthcare. And one of them is, again, it isn't necessarily the case that if you want to do number two in a particular field and have a selective impact, that it is immediately obvious that we need to do ABC. Nor is it immediately obvious that if you want to do number three and make systemic change, that it is even obvious what should be the direction of the change. Like a lot of actors in the education space will actually go in the wrong direction and say that government needs to put more money into it, as if outputs will necessarily lead to better outcomes. And just that philosophical thinking behind that is wrong. And I guess in any healthy organization, there is either you're driven by a sense of purpose which is really clear, or there is a healthy contestation of values driven around what works. So what was it like at the Gates Foundation, and what should it be like in an ideal way? That should you have a clear vision, or can a clear vision actually be a problem because the real world is deeply complex, and should you instead be driven by efficiency and what works on the ground, which can also get incredibly muddy and deviate you from a coherent path?
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of different aspects to it. Efficiency has two levels to it, which is one is practical on the ground, what is workable, and efficiency is what is the most system level efficiency, and therefore it may be practical, but it's not really efficient in the long term, and therefore why do we even do it? Then one is, we have a clear goal and we will ram through it, and then no, actually we have a goal and we have a path, but we do not know if it's true. So we will try to, challenge ourselves. We will also try to bring other viewpoints, and we may lose our way and we may not know which way we're going, but that's a more sustainable way to sort of consensus-driven way to go around. It is not easy to figure out which way, how to spread oneself. I have been at fault personally. Sorry, let me just talk about the health space more broadly and not only Gates Foundation. The health space, at least my experience rather than a sort of deliberate research, has been that the health space tends to have views and have consensus. And then at the crossroads of more short-term practicalism and lofty ideas or bold statements without clear pathways. So that's the three corners in which the larger health space. So let's do practical, let's make incremental improvement. Let's try to get to consensus. Primary care is good. We need to have improvements in, how the market failure in private sector needs to be addressed, etc., etc. And then let's try to have an aspiration which is stated. Now, I feel like there's less room sometimes for debate. And where the point you were saying, we need to have more debate about how do we get the lofty aspirations, because the practical everyday will not get us to that. And the challenge, I feel, is in the consensus, because you can act as a lonely philanthropist or lonely actor, but you cannot do it alone. But trying to convince everybody onto this system level thinking is also extremely, extremely difficult and painful. So that is where the challenge lies. Like, I feel the efficient is the system level thinking and system level action, but to get everybody's attention on it and act on it is difficult.
And also, you mentioned the 91 reforms and how it took a long time in the making. Now, I had many episodes on this. I'll link them from the show notes. That, right from the 70s, some would say right from the 60s, where Manmohan does his PhD thesis, and then he meets Montek, and then later in the 70s, he asks Montek to come back to India. And you have this whole community of reformers silently working through the late 70s and the 1980s, and they're doing all the work, writing all the papers, just doing out there. But they are against the prevailing climate of the time. They are against the consensus and the conventional thinking even within the state. And certainly they are very far from the popular imagination. And it so happens that in a sense we get lucky that there is a crisis which then acts as a spur, and we manage to get some of it through. And luckily we have 20 years of continuity between 91 and 2011. And, across politicians and bureaucrats, somehow we are extremely lucky. And I think of them as outliers rather than representative of either a general climate of opinion or what you would expect the incentives in the system to produce. But we managed to have those reforms going on for some time. Now, if I use a metaphor of that process and come back to thinking about healthcare, how bad are things? How primitive are we? Like, where we were on thinking about the overall economy in the 1970s, for example, Is that where we are in terms of healthcare? Is a conventional thinking all wrong? How sort of difficult it is? I was about to ask, are you the Montic of healthcare? But we'll let that pass. But so give me a sense of how far we are from, where we need to be. And obviously, we can look back and that narrative is completely clear now with hindsight because we know. But what is your feeling of where we are? Like, medicine in the 19th century was incredibly primitive compared to today. Germ theory of disease hadn't sunk in, bloodletting was common, etc., etc. And when we look back now, then it looks incredibly primitive, but now we think we are the cat's whiskers, and obviously will continue evolving. Similarly, in terms of policy, are we still, in terms of policy, healthcare policy, in the 19th century bloodletting era? Because I look at, it's not just India, I look at the healthcare systems of America or England or whatever, and I'm like, this stuff is really got to evolve a lot.
Absolutely. I don't think it's a India only problem. I think India is a bit worse off than others, though. It is a universal problem. Health is one of those vexing challenges. Where are we? How primitive are we? I think health overall needs a revamp, right? With the lifespans extending potentially, and with lifestyles changing completely, and demographics also changing completely, I feel like, and technology changing. I think technology is changing rapidly. We don't think that even 15 years ago we had as good an understanding of input, output, and outcomes from a biology perspective. How our genetics and our metabolism and how our genes and our muscles and how our environment and how our stress. So what happened 10 million years ago, 1,000 years ago, our parents during our birth, first few years, last year's what has happened, last minute what has happened, how does it all translate into what is happening to you right now? I feel like the science is still evolving on that front, and therefore what is our ability to deal with that from a health perspective is also evolving. So we are in, like, perhaps we'll have a glorious age of health renaissance going forward. So I do not know how far it'll.
But my question wasn't so much about healthcare, but about policy. That in terms of policy,
in light of that, the policy is not adapted to that. The policy in most developing countries, especially, is still on maternal child health care, and we are talking about infectious diseases, and that's absolutely important. But the disease burden has shifted. The problem statements have shifted. The technology has shifted. So, and the structures aren't going to keep up with this new requirements. Most urban Indians feel disconnected with the government system because the government system is not set up to do more broader level. It's set up to do maternal child healthcare and vaccinations in rural India. I'm just being crass, it's not true, but I could say a lot of resources are going there, and urban PHCs or urban administration is just left to chance. So I feel like we're not set up to deal with the new requirements or new technology. So I feel also we do not have a pathway to solving for it. So we are stuck in system 1 and humanitarian effort and 2, and we don't have a pathway to solving 3. And are the pathways known? Yes. So we don't have a consensus on this in India, and we don't have the actionable how to do it in India yet.
So is it the case that if you keep trying to make, the type 1 interventions where you're doing something immediate humanitarian, that there is always going to be a lag between what is required in the present moment and what you're actually delivering, which is why we are still doing maternity and childcare and all that. But there is a lag in understanding, and that lag just remains, especially as the world changes faster and faster. That lag is not something you can do anything about. But if you manage to actually reform the systems, then it doesn't really matter so much, because a good, robust system will continue evolving on its own anyway, and it will take care of future challenges.
Absolutely, you have the answer.
No, but that is not the answer. We have to talk about what that system is and how we get there from here, and what the system is like now, which we will all do after a commercial break.
Thank you.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still with Amrita, and we are, now going to get into sort of the meaty and consequential part of this conversation, where we talk about healthcare itself. So, when you get into Gates Foundation and you're working on healthcare, give me a sense of what you learn about the system. Like, one, what are you actually trying to do in terms of, like, are you first trying to gather information, get a sense of the lay of the land and whatever, and give me a sense of what the lay of the land actually is then. So in a sense, take me through your journey of discovery of, what the problems are and how they can be tackled.
It is a new space for me on development and Gates Foundation specifically, and the broader ecosystem as well. I think I spent almost a year just understanding what is happening. I would say I start feeling comfortable at the mark of 1 year. The beginning is obviously internal folks at the Gates Foundation, and a lot of my earlier work was with Nachiket, Jack Langenbrunner, who was a health system specialist who had worked in multiple countries, and I was privileged to, have his mentorship and early guidance, and with other colleagues at the Gates Foundation, Sandhya, and many others. But I also spent time beyond the health system to understand what the foundation was doing more broadly. It was in the areas of selective impact on the areas of infectious diseases and maternal child healthcare. And I think it's important to understand any organization's perspective of what they are trying to achieve. I think bulk of my time was, however, spent understanding the broader ecosystem. And I largely worked with national government entities, but also with various multilateral actors or bilateral actors, international ones. I also got to meet other not-for-profits, but also for-profit entities and industry bodies. So, and also international researchers, MIT, Harvard, just a plethora of actors in this space. That really helped me to understand where individual entities was coming from. And I think the lasting impression was left in my mind is that everybody is coming from their narrow perspective, or not narrow, their perspective. So I did not see so much of a system thinking. I saw what was the problem statement to be solved at that point of time, which was dominant. I think my first initial understanding of health system was really from Nachiket and Jack, and slowly I got to tap into other experts as well. What is health system? And that was the lens which I was initially given, and then I further built on, was to say that there's market failure in private goods. So the kind of health system slice I was looking at when I was at the foundation was not about public goods. So I think I came to public goods much later in my life. The problem statement was, hey, in the private goods space, there is market failure. How do we overcome it? The areas of externalities, especially the negative externalities on infectious diseases, was something the foundation was anyway focused on. So there was a separate group which was working on that. I got to see their work. But my primary focus was on market failure in private goods.
Can we sort of double click on each of these things? Maybe starting with the primary focus on, private goods and the market failures that can come about. I mean, firstly, how can market, in terms of negative externalities and stuff? So tell me in specific ways, like, for example, what other, and when you say that people bring their own perspective, different stakeholders will have their different specific perspectives where you stand depends on where you sit. Can you illustrate all of that with maybe an example of a particular problem and the different perspectives that come from different directions and what you felt would be a better way to look at it?
So maybe I'll first talk about private goods and the market failure. And
Sure.
in that context, I will talk about what different perspectives were there. So just recapping, what is private goods is primary care, secondary care, tertiary care, hospitals, diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, what each of us individually can buy, use, etc. And I'm not talking about clean air, clean water for right now. Yeah. So the primary market failure in this construct, and again, I'm not talking about pure externalities of infectious diseases. The primary market failure, one important market failure, is information asymmetry. So, Amit, I do not know how much you know about your genetic history, how much you know about what your parents' lives' impact was on your health, how you were in your, how your mother's health was during her pregnancy and her last trimester, your early years. I don't know if you have great memory, and in the first 5 years of childhood, you remember everything which happened to you, and how the environment is really affecting you today. All of these consequences, how does it impact you today? You do not know. And you may have a subjective experience of this, but you yourself do not know what is truly what is happening with you. And you may not even remember, because, my memory is always not as precise as we would like it to be. So that is one point of contention. The second point of contention is we do not keep great histories of our families, right? This is what happened to them. We just do not know what is really the causality of what is happening to us. Then it comes with, we may not want to tell the doctors everything when we go and meet them. We do not want to tell them that actually we eat a lot of chocolate at home, or we are actually not doing so much exercise as we pretend to do, or we are not adhering to our medicines like they have told us to do. It's not that like the patients and citizens are purveyors of truth. Everybody will lie. And that's the one starting point which causes failure. The other side of the story is the provider. The provider actually may also not know what is a good healthcare to give, because the technology itself is changing. They may have studied under a regime which is 30 years ago. They may not be up to date with it. They may have forgotten. They're also humans. Second is, they may not have the incentive to do as per the protocol. They want to refer you to a big hospital where they will get a incentive. They are also human. They have families to live for. And yes, there is intrinsic motivation. And historically, the view has been that doctors have intrinsic motivation, and the code of conduct and Hippocratic oath. Absolutely, yes. But there is also a human element to this. And given their capabilities and given their incentives, there's that information asymmetry. They know things which the patients do not know, and patients know things which the doctors do not know. And therein lies the challenge. And in the crisis of a health emergency, the price elasticity is insane. So you and I will pay a whole lot of money when our health is not good. So therein creates a bigger problem as well. And often people see health as a moral issue, but even this dynamic creates enough problems for good quality of health to be judged and to be driven. The other problem is, most interactions, at least in India and sometimes outside, are all episodic. So here we are, it's the same classic transaction failure, right? You're meeting each other once, you may not meet each other again. So there are incentives to have good behavior with each other, to form trusted relationships, is limited. And health also is not an episodic event, right? It builds over time. And because it is episodic in India, that doesn't lead to solutions being built to overcome the market failure of episodic information asymmetry to become overcome through multiple interactions. The last challenge which has happened in healthcare, I feel, is that it has become more specialized. So we had this earlier conception that the primary care doctor could be the guardian, who could be the gatekeeper, who would sort of have enough knowledge to judge whether you needed hospitalization or not. Yes, that is still true. But the truth is, your heart doctor will not tell you anything about your kidneys, and your kidney doctor will not tell you something about your brain. And the knowledge of science has become very, very specialized. So there is a role of referral pathways. So it's not only interaction with one doctor. These are multi-organ challenges we face many times. And in the same course of the same event, you may have to work with a whole host or group of people rather than one person. So imagine the failure with interacting with one provider for one thing, but when it comes to multiple providers, the complexity just increases. So this is at the very layman's term, this is the problem statement which is there. Now, historically, what has been the thought process is that, obviously, private sector would make money off this, right? And there's no incentive for the private sector doctor to provide good quality of care. So, we should have government doctors, and government doctors will have intrinsic motivation. They're also not paid per patient. They're paid a flat fee, and therefore they will be able to drive better outcomes. Only we need to drive accountability and productivity. So we need to sort of do better governance and better performance management, better training, and that will help us get to that picture. And which is a classic, improve the government delivery system problem. Now, the challenge is that the same problem statements and market failures actually apply to the government doctors as well. The government doctor is also human. They also have needs of money. They also have gaps in knowledge and capabilities. They also do not know enough about the referral pathways. So it is not necessarily just because there is also potentially better intrinsic motivation and a flat fee instead of per interaction fee that you will not get market failure. So I think that I will solve it through supply, which is more ethical, which is more accountable. Yes, it works maybe with many individuals. As a system level, can it work? There's a question mark on it, at least globally. Now, where much of the other countries have transitioned to empirically, when we study this, there's a whole bunch of developed countries which have thought, okay, can you regulate this problem away? Can you dictate to the doctors that, this is the regulations by which you will not, missell or misbehave, or patients, you will also, have your own code of conduct and you will tell the truth. And, information technology that we will record your, past history and all that. That has actually not been the solution for most countries. So it's not been regulation. What has been an approach which has practically been used by Japan, UK, Germany, France, is to track every transaction. So I need to have observability about, you're the doctor, Amit, and I'm the patient. You and I will have many interactions. I could have interactions with other doctors as well, but every transaction, every engagement will be observed, will be interpretable. So, you will be able to have clinical protocols written in a way which third party can interpret. It will be also in a way, standards on costing and standard on coding will be there so that I can judge whether this was a value for money interaction. So instead of taking an intrinsic motivation approach, or instead of taking a market failure can be regulated away with standards sort of approach, and I can have inspector sort of audits around it. It's gone away from that thing to say the quality is, the market failure is overcome in every interaction. Now, the other part of the problem is how do you create incentives around it? So it's not a market failure in every interaction, but it's over the lifetime or longer period and across the referral pathway, because you will have to meet not only one doctor, but also the multiple other specialists or other levels of care along the way. So that is the path which most countries have gone towards. Now, this is the empirical of what I discovered by going to many different countries and by understanding and talking to various players. In the Indian context, what would happen is that, a lot of the people were working on improving the government delivery system. So private sector is seen as a competition because we strengthen the government delivery system, and which is important because it's about equity and access to the poor. So we would confuse government delivery system with equity. So then a lot of focus would only be in the government delivery system, would not be on the private sector. Now, private sector was 80% of the outpatient, 70%, 60% of the inpatient. So a lot of market failure there would be ignored. Market failure in government would also be ignored because we would believe intrinsic motivation was good enough, plus some better governance, and would sort of take care of the other things, and training would take care of other things. But that was one thought process which was there in a lot of actors supporting strengthening of the government delivery system. The other thought process was primary care. So the problem is not really about market failure. One other thought process, WHO's famous 70s, 80s push towards primary care to say the solution is not really about market failure. The problem statement is not the market failure. Problem is the gatekeeper. If we had a powerful enough primary care gatekeeper with the right incentives, and the primary care is going to be the intrinsically motivated gatekeeper who will act on your behalf, then they will help you navigate the system in a manner which is good for you. This almost presupposes that there is no market failure at the primary care level. The market failure is at the hospital level and patients having too much ready access to specialists in the hospitals. Again, it completely bypasses the market failure problem statement. So there's a whole school of thought, WHO, other places, which will talk about primary care. I'm not against primary care, but I'm saying it doesn't really address the core issue of private goods. Then there's a whole other set of actors who will focus on what is doable, which is infectious diseases, which is maternal child healthcare, family planning, but it will be in a manner which can lead to outcomes in the short term or medium term, 5 years, 10 years. When you try to attack things in a vertical manner, you do not build horizontal capabilities. There's not only 1 or 5 infectious diseases, there's like hundreds of infectious diseases. So you do not then have the wherewithal, because that other horizontal capacity building is very, very difficult and a long delay. So that is the other thing. And this observability, which I spoke about, how other countries have solved it, right? By looking at the transaction observability and looking at the incentive alignment once you understand that interpretability of that interaction. That has not been at the heart of the discussion in India. So this is what is called strategic purchasing outside. It's financing. Health financing is the broader area. You have to look at the payment mechanisms of how providers is getting paid, how patients are being covered, and you have to lay this capability of observability, interpretability, and incentives in that system, and therefore align and overcome the market failure to an extent. Now, it can't 100% be overcome, and that's the problem with each of the systems outside. They will be suboptimal in their ways, but at least it makes the system less prone to market failure. This is an area which was a blank space when I started working on. Now, as a first order thing, it's not so obvious that we should work on this. But when you start looking at the solutions for the underlying market failure, this is very obvious that this is an area which requires a lot of work. But again, this was an area which didn't have capability in India and was not seeing much effort also in that space. So that was one of the gaps which I saw. And lastly, there were not great mechanisms to interact with the private system. So there was almost 2 systems. It's like 2 states, the movie, and with occasional skirmishes, but existing as 2 parallel states. So there was no overarching system view, there was no policy view, there was no system view. So how would all of this come together to produce outcomes? Because we are trying to do things in a narrow field, but the system is actually very broad. So even within the private goods space, which I described I was working on, and I was at that time not working in public goods, there were several challenges which I discovered.
So just at the level of framework, let me try to get some clarity for myself on a few things. And one of them is that The conventional view, and certainly in India, there is a sense that, oh, healthcare, the state has to do everything. There are two ways in which the state can look at it. One way is that we have to do all the delivery ourselves. And if private people are doing delivery, that's fine. We'll compete with them. Screw it. It's a separate thing. But for the sake of the poor, we have to deliver the healthcare ourselves. The next evolution of that would be to say that no, equity doesn't require delivery. Let the delivery happen through market mechanisms and let's get the incentives right there. But let's do the funding of it. So let's pay for it and let's fund it, and that'll be equitable. So if you're not poor, we'll figure out a way to, fund your healthcare. But we don't have to provide the healthcare ourselves, because within the government system, the incentives can get messed up. Let the private sector do that. Let's enable that, and let's build in mechanisms which kind of take care of market failures and so on. And an even more evolved way of thinking about it would be that if you are in a prosperous society, which of course we are not, but in a prosperous society, healthcare per se, all the private goods that it involves, and the government state doesn't need to be involved either in the delivery or the funding. And where the state can come in is only as far as the public goods are concerned, that you make sure you have clean air, water, sanitation, etc., etc. And one would imagine that this is a journey, and that basically no one has made the journey the entire way. And is that one correct frame of looking at the evolution of the role of the state?
Yeah. Yes, and I would add one interim step in between. One is, yes, government needs to deliver it, and there have been many countries which have so far successfully done it. The future will say whether that is a more successful model. For example, Thailand or Turkey. These largely work in a government delivery model. The government finances, the government delivers, and the outcomes are not so bad. In the case of Thailand, for example, the government finances and the government delivers, but the government pays for delivery based on outcomes and output, on observability.
So the incentives are great that way.
So it doesn't suppose, so there are two parts to the government. So the payer and the deliverer, both are government.
But they're separate entities. I'm just still talking about private goods. But it takes into account that there's market failure. Intrinsic motivation is not good enough. And it has, in delivery, they have hospitals and they have primary care providers in cohorts, or they have different experimental models of what combinations of this will be. And they pay based on observed data. And they're trying to sort of then pay on longitudinal outcome data as well. So basically, you're trying to align the system. So it does work in Thailand. Thailand is one of the supposed examples of good cases. Then there are other countries where the government may finance, for example, NHS. The government finances, the hospitals are government, the primary care doctors are private. So there, it's moving towards models like in France or Germany, where the deliverer can be anyone, private sector or government, and the government is financing. Actually, in Germany, the government is not even financing. There are sickness funds, so not-for-profit sickness funds. They're called sickness funds. There are many, many not-for-profit financiers which are getting mandated premiums from individuals. And these not-for-profit sickness funds, there are many of them, they follow a same protocols for observability, for interpretability. They all compete on service. I will get you the claims faster, etc., all of them. And then they interact with the providers for that alignment of incentives and on outcomes. The government is probably regulating how these sickness funds are operating. And they also do it in a collaborative manner with providers. So they have commission groups. Now I've forgotten exactly what these groups are, which sort of also gives input into how this entire operation will exist. And there are models in which this is not only happening at the central level, but there's also decentralization. Wow.
So there are many, many, many variations of these models. But so if I talk about the evolution of this, there's the out-of-pocket model, which is pure private sector, free markets. You have high income. In many ways, US is like that. Yes, there's a lot of government spending as well, Medicare, Medicaid. But for a large percent of the population, they're paying their own insurance, which is part risk pooling. But a lot of it could also be private payability. That has market failure in the transaction, without observability, without alignment of incentives. So I do not know that necessarily is an end outcome which will be perfect. Then there is the government delivery model. If you have very high state capacity, like Thailand, sure, why not? Go for it. Now, it does presuppose that you have a lot of fiscal space, that you do not need to spend on defense, you do not need to spend on XYZ other priorities of the country, that you have enough fiscal budget to spend on this, or you have the state capacity to control that spending and make the value for money very effective. It requires very high level of state capacity. Now, if you do not have the state capacity on delivery, then you have built state capacity on financing. If you do not have state capacity on financing, let not-for-profit sickness funds do it. If you don't, but I do think there's a role on regulation of financing. Because if they're in India, for example, just coming back to our context, so we have actually multiple fragmented financier. So, and I will just discuss what is the problem with it. So we have Ayushman Bharat, we have state government sponsored other insurance schemes. We have ESIS, Employee State Insurance Scheme for the blue collar workers. We have CGHS for government employees. We have Army scheme. We have multiple private insurance. There'll be many, many other schemes as well. Now, imagine that I'm a hospital. I get 50% of my income from actually individual patients walking in, where there's no observability. Then I get one set of payments from Ayushman Bharat, which is 5% of my income, with a different set of standards on what they want me to report, observability and interpretability on standards, coding. And then I get another completely different set of requirements from some other payer. And so on and so forth with every payer. And then the pricing for each payer is different. So I will get to pick and choose which payer I want to work with. So I have no incentive to align myself. Who do I align myself to? And to why? I have enough money from not doing any of these things. Why do I make the effort to even try to figure out how to improve quality of the system? There's no incentive for me. So this observability, interpretability, and alignment of incentive works when it's meaningful. It's material to the provider ecosystem. If it's not material, it will be confusing and not worth my while. So that is the trap. Now, why is the Indian financing space in this fragmented space? And there are multiple problems with it, where I feel that government needs to play a role.
So, you mentioned like horizontal capability structures, building that. Can you illustrate that? Like, what do you mean by that? What is horizontal capability in that sense?
So one horizontal capability is, okay, you are getting treatment for cancer care, or you're getting treatment for heart disease, or you're getting treatment for some bad bug which has put you in the hospital. Okay, one horizontal capability is that I have pre-contracted packages with the providers, which is negotiated already. I can change those packages as per the dynamics of the local market and local disease patterns and some supply-demand dynamics. So I can basically incentivize providers to put up more for that disease area versus some other disease area. I can have the data coding required for being able to understand what each of these disease areas really mean in terms of clinical protocols, in terms of how much money is being spent on what type of clinical protocol. And I can do that all in 30 minutes. So I can pay the claims out and settle the bill with both the insurer and get the service to the patient flat in 30 minutes. So that's a horizontal capability. I can do this for every disease area. Now, if I try to think of it in not in a horizontal fashion, then I will create a Department of Cancer Care in Ministry of Health. And there are many, many departments like that, right? For deafness prevention, for blindness, for tuberculosis. So I have departments for every single thing. And then I will start to think about each of them in terms of, which providers will provide it. Should I have government to provide it? I will train them. I will spread awareness about them. I will finance them. So again, and I will procure medicines for them. Then I will do this for every single department will do it. And again, the procurement capabilities could be horizontal. Actually, procurement capabilities are not even required because the government can sanction a service, and under that package, there could be allocation of some medicines which they can get from the nearest pharmacy anyway. So it's just that thinking, which is, do you want to do it vertical wise and replicate each of those steps which are required to go for treatment of the private good? Or do you want to build a horizontal layer which can address the market failures in that space?
So would a good metaphor be this, that if I'm making a building, right, one approach is that I build in horizontal capabilities like plumbing and electricity, and those hold for the entire building. So you'll have plumbing in every flat, electricity in every flat, waste disposal systems in every flat, etc., etc. And it's a one-time thing, and then it functions smoothly. Or I just build the flats and I let each apartment figure out how to do the plumbing and the electricity, and then it just becomes a nightmare. Is that a good metaphor?
Yeah, so everybody will come and redo the plumbing, and the entire building will collapse because none of the plumbing which is interacting with each other is now working.
Correct.
Yeah, so someone can then say, okay, and if anyone wants to change things, we will take a, what is the best engineering protocol, and then we will have to change. But that amount of changes requires state capacity. Someone needs to be, and it doesn't need to be state capacity in the same sense state needs to run it, but someone needs to convene it. Right actors need to be involved. So that the re-engineering of that. So, we've chanced upon a very important part of the matter. Why is it so difficult? It comes back to money. We could become NHS or Thailand and pay a lot of money for it. But, we are a poor country. We do not have so much money for health as the evil Ministry of Finance people tell us. You people in health just want free money. Now, when you have limited resources, there is you start with the premise that you want to give as many services as possible. So, for example, Ayushman has 1350 packages, or now it may be even more. I stopped working on this a few years ago. You want to give maximum number of services to the maximum number of people, so 700, 800 million people are covered, and for indefinite period of time. Actually, we do not have that money, right? We just do not have it. So we do not know then how to get that capability to get that engineering and plumbing right to deliver it correctly, because there's so many things to be delivered. We just do not know. We've started with an impossible list. What if we had said that we have only money for 50 packages, 50 diseases, which are the most important ones for the country? We will not try to do plumbing and electricity and 10 other things with the building, but we will try to do 3 things which are essential for that building to function well. And then we would learn the engineering for it, we would learn the payment for it, we will learn for the information tracking for it, metering for it, everything. And we would learn how to build the capacity to then change what is these 3 things we work on, because the needs of the house will evolve in winter versus summers, and versus extreme climate crisis has hit, therefore we need to evolve. So first, what we will do, instead of covering everybody for everything, we will learn how to do few things but do them well. Once we know how to do well, now we build a technology which can change itself. Then you see the disease pattern of this location is different from that location. You adapt. Why do you need to have the same 3 things for every building? Every building is different. You decide which 3 things need to be done. And therefore, for that, the capability will need to be tweaked for different buildings. Over time, disease is changing, technology is changing. No worries. We know how to adapt. We will take out these 1 things and we'll add these 2 things. So through this mechanism, what you've created is a change flywheel. So where it's a horizontal capacity building, which is constantly happening. Now, what this building manager, engineering house will do, or this financier purchaser will say, I will dictate the protocols as I know best today. I will pay you for these protocols. But I will know through observability of longitudinal data that actually this is not working. It's not leading to good outcomes. Then I will start paying you for a different protocol, or new evidence has come into picture. Because I'm paying you for collecting data longitudinally, I actually will know what truly matters. And this is the power of NHS. NHS is one payer, all the providers following the same standards of protocols and costing. They have the best data on what input output led to what outcomes, even during COVID times. So this heart of this purchaser is very important. Now, unfortunately, if you have so many things you ask the purchaser to do, they can't build capabilities on all of them, nor do they have the money. They just become a pass-through. So they just are sending the money downward. They cannot build capabilities on so many areas. And also the exchequer actually doesn't have money for so many areas because they're not properly, if you have money for all of them, then the budget will shoot up. So you start doing on a cash basis when you have money. You start trying to manage those problems. And the whole contract with the provider then breaks. So this is something which we should avoid. Chile is a fantastic example where they walked back from this problem. So there was a lot of packages promised. You cannot then build capability to manage all of them with the providers aligning incentives. Then they decided to say, okay, all that exists. We made those promises. We can't backtrack from these promises. How do you do that? What we will do is we'll create a first among equals. We'll create an exclusive first mandated package. So among the many diseases, we'll cover these 50 holistically. All the money will go to these first 50 first. Everything else, whatever's remaining money will go to everybody else. So they're not saying no to anyone, but they created a first among equals. And then they focused on building capabilities for those 50 areas, not 1,500 areas, but 50 areas. And they built capabilities, how to contract better, how to understand quality better, how to understand outcomes better. So a fantastic example of how do you get out of the political mess. Now, this is one payer. In India, we have many, many payers, and each of them subscale. But because each is not functioning to its optimal, there is no incentive to put in more money. And they're all at different standards and different price points. So we have to bring it to some level of signaling, information capturing, traceability. For example, ESIS, Employee State Insurance Scheme, it has 100 million, 150 million odd people enrolled into it for comprehensive set of packages for all private goods, primary care, secondary care, tertiary care, pharmacy, testing, everything. It spends 50% of what it collects. So it's not about money. They have lots of reserves for years on end sitting in their reserves. It is about the capability to work on this output-based track, improve, change the package, see what is working. They have their own hospitals, they have their own clinics, which they pay on an input basis. There's no observability of the protocols, there's no interpretability of what is happening, there's no focus on outcomes. So it's not a matter of intention. I think it's not that people were intending for it to be bad. I think these are just capabilities which not many low-income countries have developed. So one part of the development field globally feels that this is too complicated for developing countries like India. But India is also developing best-of-class things for the world. So I do not think there is a way out of. There's a third method. I am not yet able to conclude. Is there some other method to overcome market failure? This and some variations of this has been the methods which many variations of this, which most countries which have been able to manage market failure have really done. So one, Jack Langdon-Brenner, who I spoke about, once quizzingly teased me, Amrita, do you know how many countries pay for service delivery through line item budget? Government pays with many line item budgets. So, and he was talking about high income countries, developed countries. I said I do not know. He said 0.
Let me take a step back and let me take a common man's perspective, maybe R.K. Lakshman's common man perspective or my own layman perspective, and sort of first talk about what this standard perspective of the Indian healthcare system is from a perspective of the user and the citizen. And then I'll ask you on A, whether the description is broadly correct, and then B, the why question, that why is it like this? Like, then if we look at the system design, where have we gone wrong? Now, From my one clear perspective is that for the poor, healthcare is a big problem. It is expensive. A single serious disease can just cause a welfare shock, which could send billions of families into this country in poverty. They're basically one disease away from sliding back into poverty, from which they might just have come out of. And it is, quality care is just inaccessible. And when it is accessible, it is expensive. So that's statement one. Statement two is, even for somebody like me, one, of course, I don't have like you correctly said, I don't have a holistic view of my own sort of health map, as it were, all the things that might be going wrong. But even apart from that, when I do fall ill and I go to a private provider, firstly, I have to go to a private provider because the government providers are just too bad and unreliable and whatever. So I'll end up going to a private provider. And when I do, I'm being charged out of my nose. The incentives seem to be out of whack. If a doc is working in a particular hospital, he's incentivized to make me take 20 tests which I don't need. He's incentivized to over medicate, etc., etc. I had a episode with Lancelot Pinto on the practice of medicine and how this also works. So that is the other problem, that even for a privileged person like me, healthcare can be ruinously expensive, and most of it can be a waste. I've heard of really 5-star hospitals recommending ki chalo kidney nikalna parega, when actually you take a third opinion and find that it's not really necessary, but they are incentivized to take that damn kidney out. So that is a problem here. And looking at that on the surface, and anybody could say that, hey, but yet private sector is, everything you say about them is true. Evil capitalists, look at what's going on, right? And the other thing that I see around is that there simply aren't enough doctors, right? And part of it is, of course, things like the Medical Council of India, as it used to be earlier, the erstwhile Medical Council of India, actually constraining supply, and there being an artificial scarcity of doctors out there. But regardless of that, again, the reasons, I'll leave it up to you, but the truth is there aren't enough doctors out there, to the extent that most people outside the cities, when they fall ill, are getting substandard treatment and often are going to quacks, and there's all this alternative medicine going out there. And the fourth angle is that the pharma companies can't be trusted. Now, this is also a popular view. I had an episode with Dinesh Thakur on the whole Ranbaxy scam and all of that, and the argument there would be that there is that the regulation really isn't good enough. It is chaotic. It doesn't cover enough. And while somebody like me would look at the FDA in the US and say that, oh my God, that is mad over regulation, they're getting in the way of innovation and science and all of that. When I look at India, I'm like that there is possibly under regulation in this space, from everything that I hear about from Dinesh. And Dinesh and Prashant Vaidya wrote an excellent recent book on the subject as well. So these are the four things that I see, that healthcare is very hard for the poor. Even for number two, even for someone like me, the incentives in the private sector seem out of whack, and it's almost like a lottery. Number three, the supply of doctors is not kind of keeping up with demand, and generally the market should take care of supply and demand in practically everything. It does when it comes to toothpaste or vada pav or whatever. The market takes care of that. So what's the problem here? Why isn't it happening here? What are the core reasons? And fourth, finally, the pharma industry, many people feel it simply cannot be trusted. We've had so many scandals in the past. So these are, I'm summing up, what the popular perception of the problem would be, most of which I have sympathy with. I think as description, it is fine. But the knottier issue, which I'll ask you to weigh in on, is the why. Like, first of all, is this more or less an accurate picture? And beyond that, I want to get to why are things the way they are in each of these dimensions? And then what is the system redesign that you would need to fix that? What framework are we not using that we should use to look at these problems? And how difficult is it to make these changes happen? And so your next 7 hours are going to be taken up answering this question.
I do not know if I have all the answers.
But,
we have
yeah.
many decades to go to answer everything. Let me attempt a few of the areas. On the poverty question, I feel I agree with you. I have a lot of sympathy on this front. It is hard enough as a middle income, high income person, but for the lower income population, anyway, it's a very small set of resources, lot of uncertainty in life, and very little safety net if something happens. low amounts of information and connections for second of opinions and overcoming all the information asymmetry or figuring out even the referral pathways. And if some sophisticated doctor is telling them something, how do you even challenge that by ability to read papers from NIH, etc.? It is very much compounded, and the informal doctor looks like the formal doctors. We've heard stories where people are operating on cancer not being a formal doctor, and it's quite ghastly what happens. Now, the reality is a lot of this is not market failure, it's income. So now, what is the solution for it? Is the solution for it is transferring income to them, but which is tight, which is what Ayushman Bharat and some of the government-sponsored schemes are, perhaps in an even more targeted manner, where you get access to care. Because potentially, if you transfer money directly to them, they could still want to buy food or housing and shelter and not buy healthcare. Now, there is ethical debates whether you should just transfer money and let them choose, or should you even tie these to specific healthcare services which they are entitled to?
Like healthcare vouchers, for example.
Yeah, and government-sponsored health insurance scheme are like healthcare vouchers, right? Yeah. You are entitled to these services in these hospitals. So they're exactly like healthcare vouchers with a little bit more information tagging within them. So now you have PHCs and CHCs, which is the more affordable places. Now, in any of these situations, how do you drive quality of care will again follow the same market failure problem. PHCs, CHCs will exist. Referral pathways will be, hospitals will exist. Referral pathways will be very difficult to handle. And along the way, they will be taken away to the private sector, which is more responsive, which drives better immediate customer satisfaction and relief through many other things. And they may not even, the footfall from the rural area is very low in government settings as well. So it's not necessary just because you have the infrastructure, people will come. People value a lot more than just the presence of a doctor and infrastructure. Many cases, you may not even have the presence of a doctor or nurse. Then the alternate is a voucher system you spoke about, where they can walk into whatever they want and they have accessibility to them. The challenge there is if you do not price it correct or you have too many unnecessary packages, again, they will be taken, the system is ruthless. There will be a machinery to go find patients who do not need hysterectomy, and then they will be given hysterectomy, and both government and private hospitals will do unnecessary C-sections, and which is the facts when you look at some of the data points. So it's not necessary that the gaming of the system will not happen. It's like a fight against the system. It has to be constant battle. Where there's unnecessary procedures happening, you cut down the prices, you make it unprofitable for people to do it, but not to the level that necessary procedures are getting challenged. You innovate on the payment mechanism. Instead of paying per event, can you pay them per patient outcome per year, whatever. So there are many countries innovating on how do you incentivize better so that the ability to make money off it is lower. So for the poor, for the low income, I would say targeting better through some sort of voucher system, which is like government-sponsored health insurance scheme or employee state insurance scheme, which is blue-collar workers mandated insurance, is a more freedom-driven because they have a choice to go to any provider. Plus, there's effort to also, you can build capability to overcome the information asymmetry. So that's for the poor. The bigger picture, I would say, when it comes to poverty, we have to become richer. Economic growth cannot be substituted away. We'll have to allocate a lot of health expenditure to the appropriate spending which is required to meet the needs of low-income population in India. We have to become richer so that we can finance this before we become older. So the cost curve in health is medium level when we are very young, 0 to 5 years of age, decreases, stays low, and past 45, 50, it very rapidly increases, right? So as a society, as India becomes older, our health costs are going to balloon.
So, which is going to happen post 2040. So there is actually a deadline to solving this problem.
There's a deadline to solve for this. And we know that by doing proper healthy aging, we can lower the cost curve, right, as we age. So all of that considerations also need to take into picture. So if we have bad health caretaking for ourselves. If the system treats us badly and does wrong treatment and misselling, then it will all impact the cost curve as we become older. So there's a time frame, and poverty and age is a death trap. And there's large implications on it for savings and pensions. So we have to do this before we become older. So that's on the poverty question. I'm going to pause if you have any questions on this. Otherwise, I'll go to the other ones.
No, let's continue, because at one level, it's not even a healthcare question. It is this larger question of, how do we get ahead? And handouts are clearly, perhaps in certain situations, a short-term anesthetic requirement, because what do you do? Things are so bad. But ultimately, growth is the only answer, as I keep stressing across many episodes, as I've kept stressing. And there is no way out. We can't redistribute our way out of this.
Yeah. So, and I would say economic growth has, after many years of doing health system, I did come away with this same insight as what you're saying. I should have just spoken to you earlier. That economic growth is critical. It's not a nice to have. We have to become rich before we become old.
No, and I just want to add here that people don't get that this is the one thing that goes across all dimensions and all disciplines, because like Nitin Pai, for example, often says that a rising GDP is the best foreign policy. You look at any area, you look at foreign policy, you look at healthcare, you look at gender rights, you look at absolutely any area that you are concerned about, social concern, economic concern, whatever, and economic growth is the way out of it. And, we kind of have to face that head on.
Absolutely. Last two things I would say on low income population. One is going back to what Jeff Hammer said and you said, public goods. It's the most cost effective way to help everyone. So I think self-reported health paper, which, Ila Patnaik, Ranika Sane, Ajay Shah and others have done, shows wide variation. Richer having worse health than poor in some districts and HRs of India. Public health has disproportionate effect on everyone, including for the poor. So we should try to invest in public health and public goods. It is a non-negotiable. Again, if we want to become rich before we become old, that is one pathway. The other pathway is we figure out how to do local public goods and public goods in general. And the other bit is innovation. Yes, US does innovation, European countries do innovation, but there are disease burdens which are specific to our region, neglected tropical diseases, or how our genetic makeup interacts with the environment and what is happening around us. The expression of genes is very different. And more importantly, for the low-income population, innovation for low cost.
Yeah.
As in, there's so much innovation for low cost which needs to happen, right? Why do we still need to do so many things in the hospital settings? Can we just make everything DIY? Ambulatory settings, can we just make everything low cost?
10 rupees ki Ozempic.
10 rupees ki Ozempic. Yes, and everybody will be healthy forever. So absolutely. So I think I'm not despondent. I feel there is pathways. It just we do not have infinite time to work on these, and perhaps we need more energy on them. So that's on the
poverty issue. I think the next two issues are actually linked. Like when I think of private providers, our distrust of them, that they tend to be incredibly expensive even for people like me, and their incentives are skewed all over the place, hazard test karwao, etc., etc. And I think that typically, in any other area, I would say that the solution to that is simply competition. That if you have more and more hospitals and healthcare providers and etc., competing for you, that there is an adequate supply of doctors and medical professionals everywhere, then they will compete against each other for customers, and they will find a way to serve us better. But we are very, very far from that now. As far as the doctors are concerned, some of the reasons are because of artificial scarcities, which are the fault of the state. I don't know what, I'm sure there are other reasons that apply, but what are the constraints there? Like, why isn't there more competition in some, like if I want to buy a shampoo, there's so much competition. I get so much variety. I want to buy potato chips, there is so much competition, 40 varieties at the local supermarket. There is so much competition, there is so much customization, and there is so much affordability in every other area of all these trivial things which have no import on our lives. But something as fundamental as healthcare, we don't see that. So past that for me, like, do you agree with that firstly? And then what are the causes? The why here is critical for me.
So, I started the podcast by saying I come from the market's perspective first and think about the failures. But I do have misgivings on the private sector as well. It's not as straightforward and free of complexity. I think it's also become much more difficult in the era of, say, private equity. Now, I have friends in that space, but when you have VC investments or private equity investments, and there are two different capital pools, you drive towards very fast growth. And healthcare is a field, private goods and healthcare is a field where supply creates demand. So it's not a fixed demand. Supply is creating demand.
Explain that to me, because I think most people have the default attitude that I'm not going to go to a doctor unless it is serious enough to justify that, and I'm certainly not going to go to a hospital unless it's serious enough. So
you have a pain, you didn't want to go. Third day you have a pain, you ended up going. Then they said you have a scan, you need a scan, you have this because we have more sophisticated tools now. You will discover something. Then you're told it's very, very serious if you do not do this. How do you know what is happening? Which referral pathway you're sent? Oh no, I'm not the specialist. So I'm not saying this is what is happening every day long. I think there are good trusted doctors, and I'm lucky to have been in good healthcare hands in many times in my life, and so has my family been. But supply in healthcare can create demand. So it will not when you're sitting in the confines of your home.
Like once you go there, it's likely to get exacerbated. But my contention there is that if there was simply competition, this would not happen. There clearly isn't enough competition and in that case, therefore, the key question is, how is healthcare different from shampoos?
Yeah. So in a way, actually, there is a lot of competition. When you see MBBS doctors in India, there's a lot of MBBS doctors. In fact, many of them do not have patients.
Oh, okay.
So there is a huge tiering in doctors. So the top key opinion leaders will get maximum because there is a trust deficit. So everybody wants to go to the best doctor. So everybody will try to access the top 1% or top 5%, and there will be over demand and shortage of supply. Then people will go to the next 20%. Then people will go to next 20%. And how the tiering gets defined is perhaps by word of mouth, by perceptions, by awards, Padma Shri, etc., which people have gotten, or by hospital branding. It may not necessarily be on what gets signaled. It's really on what is signaled. We don't know the intrinsic quality. But the bottom 30, 40, 50%, or the ones who do not know how to do referral marketing very well, who are not good at connecting. Like I know some cases of specialist doctors who have trained in very high expertise areas, but they do not know the referral pathways, and they're not willing to pay to the junior doctors sitting in a smaller town, and they may not get patients. So the market is skewed. So it's not like there's not a lot of competition. There is a lot of generalists. Where there's a shortage is specialists. The number of oncologists in India, the number of cardiologists in India, the number of nephrologists in India, and where there's a shortage is in care coordination between them, which is holistic, which we all experience. So that is where the shortages are, and that perhaps there's not enough competition. Also, once you believe that you want the top 1%, you're willing to pay whatever. The top 15% would want to go to the top 1%. The next 15% would want to go to the top next 5%. So this will be, how do you get to that competition? Even if you add double the number of doctors, that funnel will still remain skewed. Now, what will help is the protocols are more standardized. A lot of the quality of the doctor may be experience driven or branding driven. If we have more equality on clinical protocols being followed and clinical protocols being updated and it being known, and more either certifications or branding, which sort of gives more assurance to people that even in tier 2 towns, this hospital has good quality cardiologist. They will not need to run to Chennai or Bombay or Bangalore or Delhi to get a bypass. We have enough, we should have enough specialists and enough signaling mechanisms for trust. I would say that it's not only a matter of doubling supply. It's about, in all small towns, I know people always run to the topmost cities because they did not trust the local cardiologist for major events. The next level of the population would. So the other issue is in terms of private equity, I would say, or VC firms. That's a bit, I'm given my market orientation, I still a bit worry about. So the incentives are, I put in this money and in 3 years, 5 years time, I have to get very high growth and high margins, say in a hospital. So what is my incentive on that hospital? I have to get more patients. I have to get more tests out of them. I have to get more procedures out of them. So healthcare doesn't work in a non-linear growth fashion. Healthcare works in a linear fashion. So then what are your incentives you're building in the service delivery is a bit not clear to me. Or then you will do consolidation of supply and try to reduce supply so that you can price as a premium. So reverse of what you were saying as a competition.
Yeah.
So in many other countries, service deliveries, much of service delivery is actually not for profit. So there's not for profit, and government.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a mix. So perhaps the incentives are different in not for profit because you don't need to go for supernormal growth and supernormal profit growth. So I'm a bit, to be honest, not clear in my mind between my market orientedness and just the vagaries of how health works, how one that sort of takes into account some of these aspects.
But like in one sentence, what is the why here? Like, why is the system like this?
As in, why is the system not able to sort of manage itself?
Or why are the incentives, what are the incentives that are leading to this bad outcome that, that any private person like me will firstly be incredibly wary of going to a hospital. And when we go, we are pretty much, we know we are going to get fleeced and we don't really have options. We don't know what's going on. The information asymmetry is huge. Of course, I have no idea. So, what's the way out of this? Why is it like this? And what's the way out of this? Because,
So, the provider, even if the provider is working in good faith, we may not really trust because now we are on opposite sides of the coin and the information asymmetry is too high. And some of the procedures may actually be very expensive because, if you look at the prices of pharmaceuticals in India and some of the procedures in India versus, say, the US or China, they are much, much, much more cheaper in India.
Mm.
So, you'd be surprised that the US, you've all heard of stories of people going to the US and they paid through their nose if they've had to do it out of pocket or even in insurance coverage. Even in China, the prices are much higher for the same drugs. So it's not necessarily that only the Indian system is fleecing everybody. It sometimes can be expensive and that's its own market failure. And why aren't we doing innovation enough to disrupt those two?
Why is it so much more expensive in America and China then? I mean, America, I have a sense. China, I have no sense at all.
So China historically has been a very brand conscious economy, even on healthcare.
Oh my God.
They have trusted branded drugs from the US because they don't trust their own internal quality. So they would go not for the branded generics or generics, which are lower cost, sort of off-patent things, but they would go for the more premium version of this because there is a trust deficit in quality. So at least in the pharma side, I know I used to work with some multinationals. I've lost my train of thought, but where I was coming on the solution. So there is likely to be trust deficit, even if the provider is working in all good faith. And the insurer may also not be 100% on the behalf of the patient, right? Because the insurer is also trying to balance their budget, trying to also not, they can also be taken for a ride by the individual, all of that. The concept of a patient care coordinator, which is a person who knows much more than you, knows his or her information knowledge, and it could not be one person, it could be a group of people who are your agents. So they're not the provider's agent, they're not the insurer's agent, but you're paying them either a subscription or something to act on your behalf to help navigate the referral system or help organize the second opinion. So patient care coordinators is potentially a way, because there's no other way to sort of, for a layperson like you and me to figure out we're not going to sit and read the latest protocol development from NICE.
So that's maybe a gap in the market.
Yeah, so it is happening in other countries. Now, how do you do this in a low-cost manner in India, where we don't want to pay for even our own healthcare to pay for such services? We tend to trust just our recommendations from our friends and family. We also have to see longitudinal benefit in this. So if we have more medium-term focus on our healthy aging, perhaps we will invest in something like that. Perhaps there will be market for this.
And can technology ameliorate some of this? Like during COVID, for a very brief while, I was chatting with a friend about should we do a healthcare startup, where I thought that look at the information asymmetries that I have, for example, no record of all the treatments and all the diseases I've had through my life. It would be nice to have all of that on one app, so I know so it's tracking everything about me, which whenever I want it and give consent is available for viewing to whichever healthcare provider or doctor I'm with or whatever. And I also get a holistic sense of their treatment record and how they are rated by people. So you kind of solve the different asymmetries. And then what also happens is that at a broader level, then you kind of get a picture of what's happening in a particular region. Like if there's a sudden outbreak of X disease in a particular region, instead of being isolated individual cases, you are maybe able to the data can find patterns, AI can find patterns, which otherwise, humans would completely miss. And, so if eventually you move to solutions to information asymmetry like that, does that help a lot, where all the data is getting gathered, all of it is getting passed, there are protocols for everything. Perhaps AI assistants can help doctors come at, diagnosis much better. We know what human failures are. You have so little information in front of you about the patient. You have your own biases. You might have got out of the wrong side of the bed and not had breakfast that morning, and that can affect your judgment. So, just at, and this is obviously orthogonal to the whole question of policy or state or markets or whatever. But do you feel that in the long run, technology can play a part, whether it is data or AI or just, better coordination?
So there's an entire field of digital health, which is just trying to do exactly what you said. So there are electronic health records. In fact, there are startups in India which are trying to do this. You send them all your paper and they will digitize it and codify it and provide easy access.
I the consumer, have not heard of any of them, so I have no idea what you're talking about. On. No, but I should have heard of them on so what's going wrong? Are they not marketing well? Are they early stage?
I will tell my friends, please market better. So there are electronic health records or digitization entities. What you also discussed about health information exchange, that it should be available to any other provider. The providers could access it based on consents from people. So health information exchange is a thing in other countries. And yes, artificial intelligence could help doctors suggest better. They could read scans. They could be more accurate. All of that is there. So, but on the first two aspects, I feel there's also a need for observability and validation. What is the incentive for providers? Many providers in India still do the paperwork, right? And may not fully codify what all the proper input, testing, output. That's not what I was saying about standards, which is interpretability, which is the protocols, the codification, the costing. How do you analyze that entire thing? There's a science to it. Data dictionaries. And there are many, many versions of it in other parts of the country. Now, for providers to adopt that, so this information exchange could work seamlessly, what is that incentive? So there's a lot of players who are doing health information exchange, EHR systems, electronic medical records. Most hospitals would still use digital health for billing.
Yeah.
They're not trying to use digital health, and maybe some of them are. But it's very nascent. How much effort is going to use digital health for telling their star doctors to sort of share information in a manner which is observable, interpretable, validatable, as per the standards. And it is a lot of work for the providers, and we don't have those coders. In other countries, coders do it, digital coders do it. So we don't have the incentives, nor the infrastructure, nor the standards. It's a cottage industry today, and therefore it's not useful. And the reason why someone would do it is a classic example. Argentina has taught the health community, which is they have a program called Plan Nacer. I don't know if you've heard about this. Again, some of my global health experts. This is a World Bank program many years ago, and I met Martin, who used to drive this program. So what they did was they said, okay, we want to overcome information asymmetry for maternal child healthcare and one or two other services in Argentina, because the local level, we do not know what quality of care is finally being delivered. What they said, but we do not want to pay for that entire services. We just want to overcome the information asymmetry. So they said 2 or 5% of whatever that costing for that services was, we will pay you as flexible funds to the last mile provider, PHC or whatever, if you send us data, but the data is third-party audited. That's it.
So that's an incentive. Yeah.
That's the incentive. So you need to have, and people were so used to having tied funds, they were happy to have 5% or 2% untied funds. And this is one of the success programs. So perhaps we should try something like that on digital health. On not enough doctors, in other countries, also in developed countries which have more income than us, doctors going to rural areas, lower population, less lifestyle-driven entities, not safe places, is always a challenge. So it is not like we have a lot of MBBS doctors. Some of them, as I described to you, it's skewed. Some of the lower stratified ones may not actually have as many patients, but they still may not choose to go to rural areas. They may choose to work with insurance companies. They may choose to switch to other sectors. So I do not know if the solution is to increase the number of doctors. Where we do need more doctors is specialists, which there's a huge, insane skew for. Now, for training as specialists, you need specialists. So it's a recursive loop. And most specialists are in the private sector. And most private sector doctors make a lot of money just treating patients because there's a demand-supply gap. What incentive they have for teaching? And the rules around, regulations around private medical colleges and teaching are onerous. Why would the top specialists spend time doing that? But apart from intrinsic motivation, which is good. One potential way for this is to give them grants for research if they teach. It's a win-win. You build capability, you build knowledge, you build research, you build a community, you build branding for that hospital network or college as, you become next Sloan Catering or Mayo College. So many spillover effects. So it's not the amount of money. And there's non-monetary incentives and non-monetary benefits or small amounts of money. How can we use that as an inflection point to, this idea that we will make specialists go to rural area and teach people how to be on colleges or open medical colleges in every district in India. It will never happen because the patients will not go there, doctors will not go there. So I think we have to understand incentives, and everybody is a human being, and try to work within that constraint. So that's my view on doctors. I don't know if that sort of echoes or makes sense. And on pharma companies, to be honest, haven't looked at regulations enough. I think global regulations, how much do they port? But we know that manufacturing practices are different for the same pharma company. The same manufacturing facility can be different when serving different markets. So pharma benefits package is a concept which exists in other countries, right? Similar to purchasing services, you purchase pharmaceuticals. Now, quality management, accreditation, that's a complete space. So I'll not get into that for now.
So, kind of get back to your journey with Gates Foundation and your journey looking at Indian healthcare and trying to fix it in 5 years. You failed us. We needed you. Look what you did. You let us down. When you were sort of diagnosing the patient, as it were, the patient being the Indian healthcare system, what was the diagnosis? Like, what is wrong? And what is wrong? I ask it at two levels. Like, what is wrong at a systemic design level, number one, and what is wrong in terms of the mindset that existing stakeholders have? And obviously, I understand there are no easy answers, because across the world you have a hodgepodge of different systems which all seem to fail equally. So what was your sense of, like, what did you discover? What were your TIL moments as you got deeper and deeper into Indian healthcare?
One was that all that we have discussed today is not the consensus in the health system. As I said, different parts. This is my interpretation of the health system and my experience exploring it. But when you talk to every actor, there are many fragmented actors, right? There's IRDA, there's ESIS, there's World Bank, WHO, Ministry of Health, state departments, DH. There's so many actors in the space.
What are some of the views? Like, how do they come at it differently?
I don't think I've had this conversation coming to me from someone else. And I feel that is the gap, like individual pieces of it. And the predominant view is, and this, that, it's government versus private sector. That is one predominant view which happens. And there is an acknowledgement that we've been very focused on maternal child health and infectious diseases. NCDs are increasing, but we need to add another department and a scheme and a mission for NCDs. So that's another view. There has been national health mission for strengthening how the government delivery systems operate. So productivity improvement in the government delivery system, but still very input based, not based on output, observability, interpretability, outcomes, all of that. So that has been the narratives, and within that there has been marginal tinkering, right? There's the government sponsored insurance scheme paying on output are separate entities, not linked to the rest of the government delivery system. Private system is completely fragmented and separated. There's no actors who think holistically or have incentives to form policies or thinking at that holistic mixed system level across financing and service delivery and digital health and public goods and across public and private sector. That space just does not exist. So when you look at the departments also, there's no department for health policy. As in the health policy department mostly look at the government health delivery or some government health financing. It will not look at the mandate of, Niti did this wonderful exercise. I was involved with this to look at health system as a whole. We did bring in a lot of global experts to understand from various countries. But, that was before COVID and there was no action, and post-COVID, perhaps that agenda got lost a bit.
What did you find? What was the agenda? What was the report?
It's the kind of things which I've been talking to you about. A lot of my experiences also went as part of understanding that journey as well. So exactly what we spoke
about. But what were the fixes you recommended?
So the critical things is, one, we should have a holistic common systems view, which everybody should know that this is the important one, right? Public goods. What we spoke about, we should have a more integrated version of externalities on infectious disease, which are not one infectious disease at a time, and maybe local, more regional capacity building on execution, tracking, surveillance, all of that. On market failures being addressed through output-based, outcome-based tracking of observability-based, voucher-based payments, and building that capability for a narrow set of things, not for an infinite set of things, and slowly evolving that capability. And it doesn't need to be all national level. It could be transfers to the decentralized level, which is partly happening today, but focus on, rather than expanding the package, on building the capability. So, and then also engaging with the private sector on incentives for innovation, for research, like the one which I was talking to you about, specialists, and how we can encourage innovation at the same time as boosting the supply of specialists. And then on research, which is, we need to get the government grant system to be simpler, engaging with the private sector, also being open for universities and colleges medical colleges to work with commercialization of that with the private sector as well. So that whole seamlessness needs to be worked on as well. Also, there needs to be governance rethinking. At least in my view, I've not seen that. There's no one responsible, who holds this vision. Maybe all researchers and hold this vision in their heads, and they will organically come together, and this will be the path we will work towards. But there is no separate health policy department in government. It becomes a entrenched actor with the doer or the financier. So there needs to be a system thinking unit which also anchors and brings knowledge, because some of these things are known from other countries. So we can adapt, we can pick and choose, we can experiment, but that also needs to be done. So this not competition with the private sector, but this let's experiment with all of these incentives needs to happen.
Is there something specific about India that our journey has been so hard, apart from the poverty? By your point about economic growth and etc. But why is it so hard? Like other countries solved this like 100 years ago to whatever extent they did, and people, there have been different ways in which people have, in which states and governments have evolved, and so you have many different competing visions, and you would imagine that when you have many different visions and many different designs implemented across the world, that can give us a lot of clarity on what will work for us and what will not. So a two-part question. Part one is that why haven't we figured this out? Like, what are the structural barriers to our figuring it out? Like, is part of it a mindset issue? Is all of it simply due to our poverty? Does the design of the state have to do something with it? And so I mean, after this why, I'll come to the sort of the next question of what can we learn from the rest of the world, and what design would fit us best in your view?
We do have unique features. One is clearly the income challenge. We have to grow our income. I feel like on public goods, this local accountability, which, you've also spoken about decentralization, it's just not been there for us. And it may have been there for other developing countries. And perhaps that's why they have sometimes better health indicators than us. So it may not be a matter of income. It just, we haven't figured out the local accountability issue. And, there are many more experts who can delve into why that has not happened. It was intended to be devolved, but it didn't ever happen in practice, or it's happened variably in some parts. So I think that has been, I don't know if it can be solved in the next 5, 10, 15 years. I do think it's extremely important that it's the highest ROIs, which we need to get that accountability and to move that engine. So it's not, people know how to do clean roads, people know how to do clean water and parks. It's just, many of your other guests would have spoken about it on reclaiming land and, building public spaces. So I think that has been how India has evolved. But I feel like we're stuck. Other actors will not give up that space, how to rejig the entire governance. So that's one. I think it's a bit of, you build a jigsaw puzzle or you build a Jenga block, and that's how we've evolved on the health delivery side with our policy interventions. We've tried to, in all good intentions, build one patch, right? Like, smallpox, and then polio, and then maternal child health care, and now mental health, and then NCDs. We've just kept adding to a block, and there has been perhaps a lack of understanding on both sides about, and maybe it is there in health, maybe there's in other sectors as well, this appreciation of markets and government, and how to cooperate and how to leverage, but how to also regulate, or how to understand the follies and incentives. And that perhaps is a cross sector gap. And in India, because a lot got privatized very quickly post 1990s in terms of healthcare, and we didn't build that capacity to cooperate or manage or regulate, or not even regulate, form policies. We just did not bridge that gap. And this is not unique to India. A lot of low-income countries have not graduated. So, like Brazil, some parts of the system is like us, which is government delivery system, which is 40-50% of them. And the rest of the system is insurance driven, and some part of the is out of pocket. So a bit similar to us. So a lot of low middle income countries have not graduated to the mixed model of output based payment. It does require capacity building and that larger framework of how mixed systems need to be, managed with strategic purchasing, and the policy framework around that you have to bring the system together. So I feel like that has also been nobody's explored that space. So those 2-3 things I feel have led to more, and I feel like perhaps we don't move our it's entrenched. How can we give up on one past investment? We have a limited amount of money. We do not have discussions on allocative efficiency. So one is technical efficiency, which is how to make that money, that operations go better, faster, more productive. But where do we want to put our money? We don't really have debates on that, right? It's a difficult conversation to have. In fact, UK has NICE, which is health technology assessment, where they have a debate whether they should more money on cosmetic surgery or heart surgery. So do we have debates on where should the money go, and what is we want to give as much to everybody where we cannot afford it. So that instinct is also there, which is coming from humanitarian side of things and not the practical reality side of things.
Yeah, and I want to double click on the decentralization point. I linked to an episode of Everything is Everything Ajay and I did on it, but it's a key point because that really brings in competition among states to figure it out and to find best practices, and different states can try different things, and that has simply not happened. Like, one of the things I've learned across multiple episodes of this is how centralization becomes such a problem, especially in something like health. For example, you'll have a centrally government sponsored scheme for nutrition, for example, and in Bihar you have a malnutrition problem, and in Kerala you have an obesity and diabetes problem. But from the center, because Bihar is closer to Delhi, the scheme will be tackling malnutrition, which absolutely doesn't make sense if you think about Kerala. So ideally you want to decentralize as much as possible. China, in that sense, even though it looks like so top heavy and whatever,
it's decentralized.
At the level of local governance, it's superbly decentralized, 17 times more than India, I think. And that really works for them. The other thing you pointed out, about we don't think of second order effects, third order effects. I was at a mall the other day, and it was a Sunday evening, and I was just sitting in the food court, and there were just people all around, almost like a railway station. And this was, of course, a mall in Malad, so also Gujarat Central in a sense, so that could have biased the sample size. But I was looking around, and everybody that I saw around me, everybody, man or woman above the age of 10, was just visibly unhealthy. You had paunches, you had slouching, it was just dark circles under the eyes. Everybody was visibly unhealthy, and part of this is really the fault of the state and not culture, in the sense that in the 60s, for example, MSPs were instituted on cereals to encourage farmers to grow cereals, and therefore farmers moved away from pulses and towards cereals. So basically towards a carb heavy diet and away from proteins, and if you're a vegetarian, pulses are like your main source of proteins practically. And for me, that is like one hidden factor in India's diabetes epidemic. It is not that, Gujaratis eat a lot of veg carbs. No, that is a very facile thing. That yes, of course, some people eat more carbs than other people do. And before we end this episode, I'll ask you to do a disease map of India for me as well, if you have any sense of that, because I'm really fascinated. My guest yesterday was telling me about how Bengalis just have a lot of Isabgol, and that is their key problem. But leaving that aside completely, so I just wanted to sort of double score on that point. And I also sort of want to move on to my question about and a lot of these, like the MSP on cereals or like the centrally sponsored government schemes, almost seems to be something the Indian government is really good at. They're good at being on mission mode. You tackle one thing and you figure that out, but you never have that kind of holistic view. So before I get to my next question, as far as that holistic view is concerned, is there a knowledge community in India now? Is there an ecosystem that is thinking about these things and building a body of knowledge? Because otherwise the danger is that different governments succeed each other and they just
add in an ad hoc manner every time. Of course, you have a deep state that continues, as it were, but even that deep state may not have institutional memory, and you're reinventing the wheel all the time, and you're reinventing it badly. So, do you get the sense among you and your, your fellows in this space that there is a knowledge community building up, that, that there is layer upon layer of knowledge being added so that the learnings of the past are not wasted? What does that ecosystem look like?
It is happening in parts and smaller aspects, but on this framing which you had, I think is so important, right? On this negative externalities, as you said, every ministry is doing things which is harming health, right? And the way roads are being constructed, the way the PDS system works, some other ministry is doing things. And I used to earlier think that maybe Ministry of Health does not really have a voice, but is that the role it is expected to do? So are they, able to tell that PDS, why are you doing this? Is that what is expected to do?
Give me some examples. PDS, roads, how do they harm health?
So, for example, if you badly construct a road and there are a lot of accidents, then there's this marginal increase in disease burden of accident injuries and mortality. And for example, exactly what you said, PDS makes the relative costs of carbs high, lower than proteins, and people find proteins to be expensive, or we ban on certain proteins, and therefore the consumption is
actually every ministry is a Ministry of Health.
Exactly. So, for example, Urban Development Ministry is not adequately, thinking about walking spaces, and everybody lives in condominiums, and we have great, spaces for us to swim and exercise, but actually public goods just do not exist. So people are not walking, and therefore they're not, like in Bombay, where is there space to walk? So every ministry is a Ministry of Health, and sometimes at the national level that gets distorted.
No, but I must point out here with my Bombay hat on that in Bombay we may have little space to walk, but unlike Delhi people, when we do go out to walk, we don't fall dead in the heat and 50 degrees. So sorry, I couldn't resist that. You are a former Delhi person, aren't you?
Yes, absolutely. And so in Delhi we'll follow different policies, and we will
which are also bad for the health. Yeah.
Absolutely, but I agree on this decentralization bit. Air pollution as a risk factor is much higher in North India. A lot more diarrhea is there in the east of India. And southern India, there's a lot more, behavioral and metabolic health issues. So it's not like the same is existing in every part of
So even the public goods you need to focus on are different in each locality.
And the context of every city, right? Pune is different from, say, a Chandigarh is different from a Jamshedpur is. So the way the local what aspects are more problematic in that region is different. For example, in Bogota, I realized a lot of what the mayor was doing, because the historical violence in that city, he was trying to create public spaces for people to interact. And, if you go to Bogota, they have houses with very high fences. And I was a bit puzzled. I've never seen, houses with such high fences and barbed wires. But then you could see it's contextual to what that context is, and what, mental health is a thing, social community connect is a thing, which helps, everything is a public health in that context. So it has to be contextualized to what is there, but it also needs citizens which want that. Maybe we are in the Maslow's hierarchy of roti, kapra, makan. Maybe we have not graduated to understanding how these things are interlinked to each other. And maybe as, what each of us as individuals can really think about is, yes, as you said, in the mall, people are unhealthy. And it is so easy in today's world, being bombarded with so much access and knowledge, which perhaps we didn't get growing up. It was not so attuned to us growing up, and we lived in a different physical world, that we just need to take charge of our nutrition, but we don't even know the provenance of the food which is coming to us. Maybe that is a local government thing on kahan se food aa raha hai, how it is stored. We know some sort of how and when, where wheat is stored could cause certain kinds of cancer. So the provenance of the food, where it is coming from, the storage, many of those things need to be looked at. Public spaces. If we can't find public spaces, can we seek out communities which will help us, stay honest with ourselves, or ways for us to exercise, vaccine ourselves. Adult vaccines are not a thing. We think vaccines are for children. We know health seeking referral pathways is problematic. Both what we tend to do for ourselves. So how do we become more disciplined or use, players like Briefcase and other people who map out our histories to help ourselves, and also look for these other referral pathways for us to get there. I think mental health and stress, especially as economic growth, is an imperative. And there's a lot of uncertainty, especially in the middle income India. When you look at the volatility of lives which people lead is very high. And as we try to go towards more growth and there's volatility, it comes with more stress. So I feel like there may be perhaps economic growth, and the volatility of growth may not always be in tandem with health, but we have to learn how to manage it. We have to invest in mental resilience to ourselves. We have to invest in relationships. We have to do even things like basic finance management. We all need to learn how to do personal finance, or it sounds very, not so hard-headed, but we need to come to love and humanity, because everything will trigger us. Everything is stressful. Everything in the environment is sort of too much is happening. This too much is changing. So how do we, in the increasing complexity of the world, how do we drive self-growth so that we can adapt to it in a manner which doesn't harm our own body? I think there's lots for us to think about, and none of it is easy. I struggle with it every single day, and so does everyone. But being conscious that it's worth that effort as we do healthy aging. I'm optimistic about technology. Maybe in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, there'll be dramatic breakthroughs. And, researchers and scientists in the West are already talking about it, right? From all the 7 biomarkers of aging to all the, gene editing, which could make us the next future race. I'm not saying it'll come in 5 years. Who knows? In 15, 20 years, it will be there. Now, if we don't have the best versions of ourselves, one, the health costs are anyway going to get us, because, we'll become older before and costlier than before we become richer. But also we will not be able to benefit from all that innovation which will likely come. So I feel like it's worth investing in all of this, and more importantly, to stay happy. Health hai, sab hai.
Yeah, so let's immediately fix a date. In June 2074, 50 years from today, we will again meet and do another episode to kind of catch up and see where we've reached. I will still be alive, you will still be sentient, we will somehow manage. But so I recorded this episode recently with Rajeshwari Sengupta, and she gave me a lovely spin on the term K-shaped recovery. So economists have this term K-shaped recovery about how one part of the economy is doing really well, like the formal sector in India, and the other part, which is the informal sector, is just going downhill. So it's K-shaped. And she twisted this and presented me the phrase K-shaped economy. And I was thinking of that in terms of healthcare, that in terms of healthcare also there is a K-shaped economy, that the elites like you and me can actually exist outside of the system and can, even if these private people are fleecing us or whatever, we could even go abroad for treatment, though I can't, maybe you can, but elites can do that, and that's the upper end of the K. And the lower end of the K is you can't freaking afford anything. Some random thing happens which requires hospitalization, you're back into poverty and everyone is screwed. And I did an episode with Abby Phillips, a liver doctor, and he tells me about the trade-offs of some of his poor patients, that there is someone who is an alcoholic and needs a liver transplant, otherwise he will die, but even the liver transplant has a certain risk of failure, and more importantly, it is so expensive that it will definitely send the family into destitution, at which point often he will counsel the family, and the choice they will make is that let him die sooner than he would have, but we cannot afford the destitution, right? And you have those kind of tragic trade-offs happening at the lower end of the ladder. But one would imagine even at the higher end, certain things you cannot escape. You cannot if you live in Delhi, no matter how beautiful your condominium is, you cannot escape the 50 degrees temperature. You cannot escape the smog of Delhi, all of which also have tremendous health consequences. So one would have hoped that there would be sort of some pressure from there. But so here's my question, that when I was briefly trying to look at healthcare systems around the world, one, I see a lot of dysfunction everywhere, even in places like the UK with their NHS, or even in places like the US, which are advanced economies which have figured most other things out. I mean, I do see a few places which I kind of like Singapore, Switzerland, Hong Kong, where the state has a clearly defined and narrow role, where the incentives are in place and they're all also different from each other and all that. So from your studies of healthcare systems worldwide, like, what is your sense of what definitely works, what definitely doesn't work? And then there's a lot of gray area in between. How do we figure out what is applicable to India, and how do we figure out what mistakes to avoid? And I'm trying to come at a picture in my head of what an ideal system would look like, say 20 years from now, if we get absolutely everything together. What would an ideal system be like? Like, if you get a call from the PMO and you're made the health minister, right? Let us indulge me in that thought experiment. What would you do? Tell me 5 things you would do. Not in terms of immediate policy, but just in terms of anything that would foster a change in systemic thinking. How do you look at that big picture? Where do you start making the changes at that higher level?
Economic growth is important. I would.
If the PMO called you, you'd say, health nahi chahiye, mujhe Ministry of Finance.
I've really, I spend so much time on health, but I do feel, on the poverty point you were saying, the poor have it tough. I think economic growth has to happen for everyone. So that economic growth question is important, and innovation at low cost, and not only for India, for all developing countries is critical. Now, if there's a country I can paint the picture for, and as to what good looks like. So I unfortunately do not have a specific country I can point to and say this is how we should look. It is problematic because of our constraints. Like, I know what we will end up with. We'll end up like the US without the income.
Wow, that's crazy.
Okay, right now the way we are structured, like that's how we are set up. We will end up, if we continue this path with the best effort basis which we're doing, we will be a fragmented system. We will not have enough public goods at the local level, and they have better public goods than us in some places, and in some ways worse than us, but not enough public goods. We will have a lot of private goods. It will be fragmented, and market failure will be rampant because there's fragmented payers and financiers. So again, different incentives, not enough observability or transparency and sharing of data. There's no incentive for HIS to be shared seamlessly across systems. Health information system information asymmetry is very hard to overcome. And the innovation is all high cost innovation because it is VC private equity driven and chasing for the rich to spend more money, and therefore solving that problem statement. So, and there is a small we will be slightly different. We'll have a government delivery system. Perhaps today it is a third or less than a third. Maybe it'll become 20% of the share. So in the US, it's like 10-15% is government system. So this is where I fear we are moving towards. Now, I hope, with as we age as a economy, there will be pressures to have larger allocations of fund for the higher age income. So, we recently announced the expansion of allocation, packages for the 70-plus-year-old population of India, and with the new last week, I think there was an announcement. So it will go towards managing that care rather than preventing, that cost to happen, because we are aging in a healthy manner. We have good public goods. We are addressing the market failure. So this is how we are. I'm not trying to paint a doomsday scenario, but this is how we are stated to be. So a not so well-funded US.
So the kids of 2074 are fucked because they are paying for the pensions and healthcare benefits of like 8 generations of Indians who never got, the preventive care they should have.
Yeah. Or public goods, or the right kind of care, or we did not take care of ourselves.
Yeah.
Including our own mistakes. And so all of that will pile on. And plus, we'll have innovation at a very high cost available to the rich and not to the poor. So all of that problems will lie and in an unequal society. Now,
But all innovation percolates down. Like, has there ever in any field been innovation for the rich which hasn't percolated down? Like, whether it was, so even with AI, I'll sometimes hear the criticism that, oh, it'll create a new kind of inequality. And I'm like, no, are you crazy? This is the greatest leveler of the playing field possible. Like, you look at how cheap telephones are today compared to like 30 years ago, and all technology eventually percolates down and kind of goes everywhere,
I
doesn't
feel
it?
in healthcare, it takes a long time. For example, whatever like Ozempic in the US right now to come to India in an affordable manner will take 6-7 years.
Hmm.
And then that is the rich Indian will use it.
So
and
then there are
for it to-
structural issues for why that.
Yeah, because the company which is manufacturing Ozempic, they will not make money in India. India is 1 to 3% of the global pharma economy.
Hmm.
It's not the first in line. And within India, the top 10% is top 50% of the wealth or income, or maybe worse. So just a hierarchy, which is when you have supply which can charge high premiums through a section of the society, then it just trickles down slowly, and that economics may not be restructurable in the way, because new innovations will come on that Ozempic 2.0, which then
It'll get evergreened, you're saying, in terms of patents.
no, yeah, or some new innovation will come. So the trickle down takes a lot of time. And then it's not only the trickle down of the products and the technologies and the testing, it's also the knowledge. So the doctor in the tier 3, tier 4 city has to have been trained and knowledgeable of that new innovation which is happening, and to correctly administer that. Innovation, this used to happen. I came across a few companies who were doing innovation in India, and their issue was they did not know how to reach the last mile. It's too costly. Because there's entrenched systems, incentives, or knowledge in the current service delivery or doctors to use what they already know. Why to adapt to something new? They're making, it's working. To learn something new and then to start using it to explain to the patients, to explain to the ecosystem, and to percolate it down, it's the cost of going in a fragmented system. Like in other countries, there's either national purchaser or few sickness funds in Germany, which will say, okay, now I'll include it in my benefits package. So a new innovation has happened, very cost effective, will save everybody. They will negotiate in bulk for a large population and they will bring it to the benefits package. Then they will update the clinical protocols and start paying for it. Suddenly, a whole bunch of providers will have access to it at one shot. So the entrepreneur will go to every doctor, knock and train and sell the new innovation, goes away. So percolation takes time. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, because I feel that then there are obviously some deep structural flaws within the system that don't allow this market to function efficiently, because in no other field would this happen. In any other field, the lag is very little and, it percolates down super fast. Over here, like typically I would imagine that there will be intense competition and there'll be other rival drugs just like Ozempic, and
but
they'll get cheaper and cheaper.
And then it takes time for...
Yeah, deeply complex, yeah. So
which country we should be like, or which, what should we be like?
And before that, I had asked you and you didn't answer and I completely forgot, but I will push on it after you talk about, the learnings from other countries, piecemeal learnings. We can't take, obviously, anything entirely from anywhere, but the piecemeal learnings of, what are good practices we could emulate. But after that, I will go back to what I asked you before, that if you are in Ministry of Health, and you don't give me that answer कि नहीं Ministry of Finance ये growth होगा, सब ठीक हो जाएगा, नहीं होगा. अमेरिका में ग्रोथ हुआ, इंग्लैंड में ग्रोथ हुआ, ठीक हुआ, कुछ नहीं हुआ. So let's talk.
Yeah. So on which countries would I want to look at? I feel Sri Lanka for the public goods, local accountability, elections. How do they do the magic? We should understand. That would be my ideal state. Looking at Israel or Netherlands for how do they do managed care, in this is what I've heard. I have not studied it myself from some of the experts, that in Netherlands, the Dutch authority regulates both the financiers and the providers. So they see the systemic risk of financing and service delivery as a whole. So they are trying to it is trying to look at the private goods and manage the whole market failure and risk allocation across the two financiers and service providers. Now, that's a very high level of capability. And even in Israel, there's 4 managed care systems which finance and provide service delivery in an integrated manner. And people have a choice to switch. Even in Netherlands, you have a choice to switch. So you can switch every year or at certain intervals. So that creates competition. But that also creates standards that, hey, everybody is not going off on a tangent. Every delivery system in a financier is not going off on a tangent. It's very efficient, but also has market-like dynamics. That takes a lot of capability, and I'm told that that is utopian. But how do we build capabilities towards that? IRDA is very... Okay, now I'll come to what I would do. And then I would want to do NIH like at low cost in India. Maybe South Korea has been doing some of that. How do we do innovation in a low cost setting? And I would like to learn from that. So as a Minister of Health, I would say, let me go talk to and convince the Prime Minister that we should do decentralization and do public goods at the local level. And I should have a say to tell each ministry not to do one thing. So, it's trying to do positive externalities takes money and effort and time. First, I'll start with every ministry is Ministry of Health, and I will just tell each of them one thing not to do. Next year, I'll get to have one more vote. I will come with one more thing not to do. So will demand...
what are some examples of things you would ask ministries not to do?
Exactly, like don't do PDS for cereals. I will just say don't distort the system. So don't eat up the parks when you're giving approvals for buildings, etc. So I will just start every year, not all at once, one thing a year, and tell that for the next 5 years we'll make it's a visibility for next 5 years. This is the kind of things which will come. So be mentally prepared. Now that will also have an impact on the economy, right? Because every trade-off will have an impact on the cost on the society. But net, it will have a positive impact on the country. And I would argue that because I'm freeing up the health cost, overall, it adds to your GDP because that, freed up resources and ROI and people's time goes to improving the GDP overall. Then I would say, okay, let me be leader let me have an oversight or a convening power for all the payers of the country. So IRDA, which is a regulator for private insurance, ESIS, PMJY, CGHS, can I convene them? I don't need to dictate to them. Let's work towards a common sort of standards and frameworks and data dictionary and accounting standards and clinical protocols. And let's also include the private sector. Let's include the global experts. Let's try to sort of bring capability building to this madness which we have. First, we will build capability to do a few things well. Let everybody do what they're doing. We'll first come to common consensus in working on 10 things or 2 things. And we'll all jointly learn. We have enough money, each of you. I'm not asking for more money. I'm asking for rights to convene this, create this ecosystem, and work towards building capacity. We'll go to 10 things, 15 things, 20 things. You can exist as independent things. Once it starts working efficiently, we build the system, then we can ask for more risk pooling, more money. So we don't need to do it day one. So I'm not asking for it. Then my Ministry of Health gets a lot of money as inputs for infrastructure, etc. Slowly, I want to shift it to output. So it's great for Ministry of Finance because they don't need to double pay because they have the same pricing for the package and they're also paying for the infrastructure. So incremental disbursals will be lesser on the fixed side, but more on the output side. Can I start making slower shifts towards that? Can I support a community of researchers as a Ministry of Health? So this is a lot of change and information and how to do and what to do. We do not have the capability building for that. I will drive data transparency. I will put out a whole bunch of data, which is there with these payers and providers and maybe these electronic systems. And we will create a community which will think more boldly how to extract value from the system every day in and day out. I need a little bit of budget to do grant research quickly and efficiently to the topmost specialists, researchers. Maybe I will create collaborations with NIH. I will create collaborations with South Korea. I will learn how Israel does great linkage of research, universities, and commercialization. And I will use that, I'll get that flywheel going in a more integrative manner. And yes, infectious diseases, that continues to be the mainstay. We still need to support that. But perhaps the states can play a more role, and we will do capacity building. And, we will try to steer towards a more horizontal approach. So that's what I would create my own department of policy to work on these many, many things away from the everyday action which each department is already doing. So let me not disturb any of the existing actors.
No, wise words, and I especially like that in the first part you said you will go to each ministry and tell them not to do one thing a year. And the not to do, I think there's a revelation there as well, that sometimes there are certain things we are doing which are making things worse. Not doing them, getting out of the way is, the first step, and should be pretty low-hanging fruit. Though I suspect for this, you don't need to be Minister of Health, you need to be Prime Minister. But I will change the thought experiment. It's my thought experiment. Who can stop me? So you are Prime Minister. So, you'd proposed a number of questions, which is actually a framework Ajay likes. We've done it in some of the Everything is Everything episodes, which is what should X do, right? And the first of those was what should governments do, which I think you kind of answered right now, right?
Okay.
And the second is what should private firms do? And I want to ask this in the context of something that you mentioned at lunch from your experiences in the private sector, that we think of governments not thinking about the world properly, but it is also the case that many private firms, even if their incentives are aligned well, are too often in a kind of crisis mode. They may not take the bigger picture. They may not see the bigger picture. They may get stuck in the rut of doing whatever they are doing and not think out of the box, etc., etc. So can you share some of your insights on that? And while you're tackling the question of when it comes to healthcare, how should private firms think about it?
I think the private firm, especially from a service delivery angle, which is, hospitals, primary care, testing labs, and so on and so forth, there is a information asymmetry and there's a distrust. Is there not a model towards value proposition of trust? It does happen in other industries, right? Where the value proposition is trust, and then there's efforts to operationalize trust and to signal trust. So can the industry and that's a differentiation, especially in large cities like Bombay and Delhi and Bangalore, where there are a lot of providers. Can we build a differentiated model of trust and create a club, create clinical protocols? For example, there is the cancer grid, which says that we want to be known for trusted cancer care. So we will share protocols with each other. We will advertise who's part of this network. We will discuss cases with each other to get the best of experiences. There's learning sessions. So that network building, can that become a brand calling? And can more of that happen? Also, we have to perhaps learn how to do managed care, right? Not episodic care. And there are many, many versions of managed care around the world. I think Naran Hyderale got permission from IRDA to do managed care. And I could be wrong, this is what I've heard. But if that is true, I think it's a wonderful opportunity, because we do not know today, hospitals do not know how to take care of the citizen or the patient through the life cycle or through a longer period of time across all their needs. We do not know how to estimate the disease burden in a population set. We do not know how to treat it over life cycle. We do not know how to cost for it. We do not know how to report it, how to track it, how to know that we're moving forward. It's a lot of learning to do. So if there are opportunities like that, and why do this? Because today people are making money. So why is the necessity to do this? I feel there's a lot of opportunity outside of India, and that has much higher standards of quality of care, that also has a lot of need. We are aging slowly than the rest of the world, and the rest of the world has a lot of money, but they also have higher quality standards. We can build these capabilities for the world. So like has happened in IT services or other spaces in India, or in, for example, actuarial sciences. Some of the top expertise in actuarial sciences resides in India, serving the world. Not necessarily for the Indian market, but that expertise then can be turned towards Indian markets. So can we not tap into the global opportunities by building these trustworthy skills to serve the global markets, which are more discerning of quality and am able to differentiate that. It will need support from policy, industry bodies for us to be able to serve other countries more strategically, but there's a lot of opportunity. So it should not be seen as a low level of aspiration and a local market opportunity. I think there's a very big play on health care globally, and where we have a lot of lower cost talent and a decent quality talent at some places, which can be converted into that services for the world.
And I like the way I like the drift of think of providing for the world, because that helps you find a competitive advantage, and there's a market out there. And then when you are competing in a global marketplace and you've gained expertise in something, then that follows over to the domestic marketplace, and it helps us as well, which is great. Next question in this format: what should the thinkers do? And here, I mean, it ties in with the question that I asked earlier about, is there a knowledge community? And you said, no, I'm the only one. Akla cholo re.
I know, I did not say that.
No, I will claim you said that, and therefore, no, you didn't say that at all. But you did point out the loneliness of the journey and how conventional thinking is entrenched in old ways of thinking and doing things. So, tell me a little bit about this sort of knowledge community, because I'm sure many listeners of this are either just interested in healthcare, or they are people on the fringes of the policy world or the economics world, and perhaps a healthcare people themselves directly in that world. But for all of them, there is a chance to, I think, get excited at this, because to tie back into what you said earlier about finding meaning, that if you are a naturally problem solving kind of person, and if you want to solve a problem really worth solving, what problem is more worth solving than this? I mean, obviously solve poverty, because then you've solved everything. But apart from that, healthcare is a huge problem. Instead of building a better on-time delivery app for whatever narrow segment you want to, all of which is making our lives better, and I respect that, and that's also great. I'm not dissing any of those guys, but this is a huge problem. But to go back to that, what should the thinkers do?
So it's not that there's no thinkers out there who are thinking along these lines. There are, people have been at it for many years. There's a lot of lone soldiers, there's communities and institutions. I do not know if there are too many spaces for this problem statement framing. And perhaps this problem statement framing is wrong. But perhaps we also need more spaces to debate it out.
What is a problem statement? Remind me again.
Market failure, public goods, externalities, innovation.
How do we solve this?
How do we solve? Is this framing, or the framing is private sector versus public sector? Is the framing that we need to add NCDs? What is the framing of the health problem? Is it UHC? So in the health community and the researchers and thinkers, there are many, many framings of what is the problem.
So the problem statement is that there are many problem statements.
Correct. So, right. What is the problem statement to solve is the problem. And, this is my version of the problem statement. Perhaps there are a lot of versions of the problem statement. And that is one issue. And as a community, then we should debate it out. I obviously should say I should win this war, because I have I have a source of truth which has told me this is the divine.
You'd rather have a debate than lose and not have a debate, because if there's no debate, you don't even have a chance of winning, right?
Correct. So, I'd rather have a debate and win. And the challenge is it comes with a lot of blinkers on what has been the past experience, what is doable. This almost seems like, saying the wish list I just mentioned seems impossible. I have to become the Prime Minister of India, plus I may have to change so many things. It sounds almost daunting. So why invest policy, research, thinking, capacity, operationalization of all of this? So just audacious problem statement is just debating between the community, and then what version of the truth what version of the problem statement each community feels like solving. Even if you take parts of the problem statement I've articulated and try to solve it, I think that's good. As in, there's just a lot to do, and each of this is like decade, 2 decades worth, and this is not going to get solved anytime soon. So I feel like that fragmented views is, a problem. And a lot of people are working towards UHC, a lot of people are working towards primary care, a lot of people are working towards government delivery improvement, a lot of people are working towards getting more money from Ministry of Finance, a lot of people are working towards holding the private sector accountable. So what is that problem statement we as community should, and I've been out of the community for 3 years, it's easy for me to say we, but we need to solve for? Because the picture I painted today is impossible to arrive at from a first level thought process. It's not intuitive to say what I just articulated as what I would do as Minister of Health or Prime Minister.
Yeah.
So I think that is then brings focus into where we put our energies, and perhaps we need to collaborate with other sectors. As you said, every sector is Ministry of Public Health, and we need to think. And health financing insurance, I feel, is something which is alien to health community in India. So I feel like, again, we need to bring economics people and insurance people to that fore. And I have found those people who have done this work in other countries. Imagine sitting in India, who have done benefits package costing, who know how to do the standards, who know how to do the pricing. They've done it for Africa. They've done it for Middle East. They're sitting in India, but we do not leverage them. So it's not like we do not have the capabilities. We don't have agreement on the problem statement, and then we're not leveraging the expertise and resources we have to work on it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that, if any of the listeners are kind of confused about what exactly this healthcare sector is like, what exactly are the problems, like the way I think about it is that imagine a thought experiment in which there is an elephant with 1.4 billion body parts, and people are feeling different parts of the elephant and drawing a picture of the thing, and it is really as complicated. Like my understanding of like the problem statement I would derive from your problem statement is really a two-part thing, and part one is how do we make markets deliver private goods efficiently, and the second part is how do we make the state deliver public goods efficiently. And as you said, both of those are a decades-long problem. I have hope that the answer to the first is essentially growth, and I hope that happens, but it's a decades-long problem. And the answer to the second is there is no answer, we are screwed. I mean, that's just
So
my...
on the first answer, it's not growth, because at the same income price point, different levels of health outcomes exist. As I said, we are likely to become US without the money. So it is not only the money, it is also how it is organized about, or to overcome the market failure. So yes, unless we do something, we will not be in a good place, to use more polite phrases. And on the second one, also, there is no easy path.
So if I were to make a statement like, to achieve the kind of healthcare outcomes we want as a nation, economic growth is both necessary and sufficient. Would you agree with that?
It's necessary, it's not sufficient.
Right. Because other nations have gotten there and not reached those healthcare outcomes at all.
Some are marginally better than the others, but it's more than just the money.
Yeah, so necessary but not sufficient. Yeah, this is nuts because healthcare is just so different from everything else in this regard. So my next question, again, you've tackled a part of it before, but again, in the format that you sent me, what can X do? What can philanthropy do?
I think just support the ecosystem. Or first, I would say in the framing of humanitarian effort, selective impact and system impact, the framing I mentioned earlier. And I do believe in freedom. It is totally the philanthropist's choice what they spend on. So it's their money, their birthright, they can do whatever they want. But I do believe this is the flexible, high risk capital which is there, which can have disproportionate impact to the world, to spend on system impact, which is all the things we spoke about, which is getting can we convene and get an alignment of the problem statement? Can we work on public goods? Can we work on overcoming the market failure of private goods? All of the things which I said we should do as Minister of Health or Prime Minister requires a lot of understanding of so many different pieces of governance and operations and laws and financing flows and regional disparities. It is not easy, and that capability, knowledge building is something which will not happen by itself. It needs to be supported over many years. So I would say this is an area where philanthropy can really have a disproportionate impact.
So another grand thought experiment I will throw at you, right? Which is this, that Elon Musk gives you $1 billion and says, "Ja Amrita, ji le apni healthcare." So you can do whatever the hell you want, no conditions attached with $1 billion. I want you to actually break it down for me. Give me some concrete things. What will you do with what will you do with it? How much of it goes into building discourse and research and whatever? How much goes into interfacing with the state, being a pressure group? How much goes into research labs, etc.? I don't even know the possibilities, but you do.
I do not want to jump to an answer. I know a lot of things which I've tried and failed. For example, a classic answer is build an institution, and I have thought building institutions is very hard because we believe institutions can last for a long time. But building good institutions is very tough. So I do not know. You think you can build individuals, but individuals will change interests.
Yeah.
And things evolve, and you can start engaging with the state governments change, and then you're back to square one.
But everything is probabilistic. There are probabilities to everything. Like, how do you estimate expected value? Come on, I want to see you thinking aloud. This is like a great lesson for me and my listeners. How does one do these things?
So one, yes, I would break it into the selective impact and the system impact, because through the selective impact you do learn. And I would take selective impact bets on picking one geography or two city-states and just work at them for building use cases for how public goods can be done in two very disparate situations in India. That is a narrow place to start. It will take many years to get it right. I feel like that's worth the investment. I would support strengthening the insurance agencies and payers of the country. I think there's a lot of global knowledge. For example, South Korea has a lot of good practices. They have a dedicated agency called HERA, which manages all the information coming out of this entire payer-provider system. There's a lot of information being churned. They mine the data. They understand all of that exactly to the point you were saying. And they bring out insights, which helps overcome the information asymmetry. Can we not partner with them? They've tried to partner with India many times. Can we not partner with them systematically to support some South Korean HERA researchers to sit in India and work with all payers and convene Indian researchers, not only at the national level, but state level, to build expertise so that we do not have to depend on South Korea and Taiwan and Netherlands and Israel to learn from how this is. I think it is great we learn how to build provider systems which knows actually how to manage health over multiple interactions and over a period of time. If Naran Hridayalaya of many other providers in different configurations, if we can support it, we should, to again get proof points. So all of these will be more experimental in the hope that we learn not only the what but the how to do it. And if there is appetite in the government, some state governments, to build the governance and the state capacity to work on all of these areas. So research community is a must to sustain all of this. As a philanthropist, I cannot do all of this on my own. So it will have to be some combination of Indian researchers, but Indian researchers may not always have all the practitioner skill sets to deliver it, but leveraging some private sector expertise. It could be individuals, it could be some firms, it could be specialists, actual firms or otherwise, and also leveraging global expertise, because a lot of work has been done on this globally. So I would try to create a community which can sustain over time. And some communities like this exist globally. For example, Joint Learning Network, which is a community which across 20 plus countries works on how to make payers better. So how can we plug into the global communities which exist, but create local knowledge and expertise on it? So it is not a very considered answer. It is a fragmented pot shots at taking a bet on different things. Work with two states, all of that. But I have become more interested in innovation because I feel like public goods is such a bet on politics and economy, local governance. So it's
too conditional upon things you can't control.
It's too conditional. I think financing and market failure all of these things are known. We need to have the right conditions under which it can be built in few places and perhaps can be replicated. I feel like I feel a lot can go wrong, in the sense we could spend money in wrong things. We could have incentives not to build capacity. We can blow up the fiscal space, because, in the US, 17% of GDP is health, of which 9% is government. We think government doesn't spend in the US, but half of it is government. So it can become very expensive. So there I worry about having the right sort of economists and health technology assessment people to sort of keep guardrails on that it should not destroy the economy just because we want to support health. That is a bit of worry. But on innovation, I feel more optimistic if we can drive low-cost innovation, if we can serve the world as well. And just being optimistic because health things keep changing. I feel like perhaps there's... because overcoming market failure will improve productivity on the margin, 30%, 40%. It will not change the productivity curve in a step jump. So I feel like perhaps we have to rethink completely how health is delivered and how do we think about health in future.
So even though you're the expert, I have inside information on a meeting that happened at the Ministry of Finance when a team from Hira from Korea came out there and they gave a presentation and there were 44 slides. And at the end of the presentation, a gentleman in the team of the politician who was present said, "Wo sab to theek hai, lekin Hira kahan hai?" I'm sorry, I had to do that. Yeah. Next question, and this next question encompasses a lot of things, encompasses a personal, so I'll actually turn it back to you as well, which is essentially what can individuals do to achieve better health? And here I'll also ask you that how do you think about health? How do you think about something like health span? At an abstract level, it is true that we will be an aging country in a short while. But at a concrete level, it is true that you are aging and I am aging. And we are living in an interesting time where we are on the cusp of lifespan and hopefully health span, which is how long for which you're healthy, going up perhaps dramatically. How does one think about this? How do you think about this across two dimensions? One dimension is the planning of your health and the way that you live your life, knowing that the arc could be longer. And the other dimension is that how does it change your mindset about living per se? Like there's a very interesting framework that Ajay had shared with me during one of our episodes where he said that, your typical life design is that you're going to get educated till a certain age, you specialize in something or the other, you have a career, you follow that career path, then you retire, then you grow senile, then you die, right? Whereas now you can break your life up into 20-year chunks and you can learn new things every 20 years. And of course, my sense has always been that the key skill in modern times is learning how to learn, right? That is a key skill. That is what I want to master. And you're a first principle thinker, so obviously you can do that as well. You shifted from physics to management to, picking up economics along the way to healthcare. And, so how do you think about all of this, both in terms of planning your own health, and there will be lessons in that for all of us, obviously, and also in terms of mindset and thinking about your life?
So on the first part, which is how do I think about health span, it is an area of interest, as it should be for all of us. I am quite excited. I think technology is still, some time out. It's not that in next 3 years we'll have a magic pill and we'll all live to 400 years, which is, what some species live to in the world.
Agembic. Just have Agembic every day and we'll be fine.
Yeah, correct. So I feel like it'll be some time out, but there's a lot of innovation which is happening in the West, and I do keenly track. That is one of my free time interests, that I sit and listen to all the scientists and I read the papers and I'm like, okay, this is the next innovation.
So what do you do differently? What do you do differently?
I just read. I'm a theoretician on this front. But what I want to do is track all the innovation which is happening and wait for 5 years, 10 years to go, when we know all the side effects and we've seen it play out. So I'm happy if the Western countries are, jumping at it and using it and giving us 10 years of data to show it is safe and what is the health impact on it. But I feel like one should track this and see that space evolving. And if there are things which are more conclusive, perhaps we should adopt it. And so that is one thing which I do. I have tried some supplements in the past, but I'm not so big on supplements as a systematic thing. I feel few things which are things which the science currently shows is exercise, not so much for weight loss, but for healthy aging and stress levels. So I do plan to take a less stressful life going forward. And to relax, as I was saying, to slow down a bit and to invest in mental health and relationships. And those have been things which do matter. And yes, nutrition, gut microbiome, all last 10 years of human gut microbiome project has been vast amounts of data. And, yes, it's there in the mainstream right now. There's a lot of good nutritionists and doctors which are talking about it. So it is very evidence-backed. So I do tend to read a lot of the evidence and try to incorporate some of that in my life. I try, but I don't, more importantly, I don't stress. I'm trying to make lesser stress in my life and invest in a relationship. So the other thing which I have thought more about is just we need to plan for in case if we live long, we need to plan for our finances differently. It cannot be that in 65 years of age or 75 or 85 years of age, we can think we are done and we don't need to.
Imagine being broke and senile.
Absolutely. So perhaps the idea that we should retire at 40 is or 40, 55 or 40 is attractive, but we should, as you said, think about a longer, healthier working life. I do find life is interesting. There's so many problem statements. There's so many interesting ideas. There's so many interesting people. And yes, some days the world seems dark and the world seems stuck. And I'm like looking at the health view or the economics view and I feel, oh no, are we moving in the right direction? But I feel like things are getting better. So I'm also in the camp that, health disease burden has in many areas come down. In some areas it's becoming worse. But quality of life is much better than kings 400 years ago for most of citizens in this planet. So I feel like I'm not in the despondent camp. But as healthy lifespan extends, one has to keep the mind alert. So it'll be different things which will, as I was discussing with something, perhaps many of the things which plagues us today in 50s and 60s and 70s around cancer care, heart care, all of these, perhaps there'll be solutions. And some of them already have solutions in the next 20, 30 years. I think the brain and keeping the brain not senile is something which we should do. And it has been shown that if we keep learning new things and we keep experimenting, there's more resilience. So I feel like it's not a bad place to keep being interested in the world around. It's quite vast and interesting. So that's how I think about it.
Wise words, good to know. I mean, I'll let my listeners know that during lunch, Amrita was saying that her policy towards Ozempic is wait and watch. Let the Americans kind of go through their 5-year cycle and then we will see. And if they're still standing, we can think about it, which is wise. I mean, there are a few things that I am convinced are incredibly important for long-term health anyway. So I try to practice them, which are basically intermittent fasting, get enough exercise, and critically get enough sleep. I would recommend Matthew Walker's book, Why We Sleep. And I think that is underrated. So sleep, exercise, ideally resistance training, though there I'm just, preaching and not practicing properly. And intermittent fasting is like the things that I am convinced about. I want to also ask you, double click on one aspect of it, which is, Dylan once said, he not busy being born is busy dying, right? And you said about how we've got to keep learning all the time, keep thinking all the time. During lunch, dear listeners, Amrita also confessed that her problem, which she states as a problem, I'm deeply jealous of it, is that she has hyper focus. So once she starts focusing on something, she cannot stop. She won't be able to sleep because she is concentrated so hard in a state of, deep immersion into something. And I'm like, oh my God, that is not a problem. It is a superpower. But I understand why you might consider it a problem. But how are you busy being born? To, use Dylan's this thing that, you used to read 3 books a day as a kid. Do you read, do you make, like, what are the things in your life that you are intentional about? You already said relationships, and I'm guessing, things like mental health in terms of just calming yourself, avoiding stress. What are the things you're intentional about in terms of renewing yourself, in terms of learning? Do you, sometimes look at something and it's attractive and you say, okay, let me set out to learn this? And if so, what is the kind of process? And can you give me some examples of such rabbit holes?
So, about relationships, that's come very late in my life, last 3-4 years. I am that hyper-focused, distracted person who gets immersed in whatever I'm doing. And I often get complaints from all the people in my life that I don't respond, I don't call, and I forget things. And that's come from deeper reflections and evidence that in the end, what matters is the people you know and the people you like, and not really the accomplishments or being so excited by the hyper-focused activity which you're doing. So I would say I'm 1 on 10. It's more intentional that I want to do better on this. And so I would say to all my friends who are listening, I will try to get to 2 or 3 soon. So that's more intentional in recent years that I've reflected on it. On what are the things which I try and do intentionally? Again, maintaining my health is more intentional effort. I don't always 100%. I'd like to think and debate things in my head rather than always do them in real life. But I do want to be intentional about protecting my health given my family history. So I am, mortally scared of falling ill, and at some stage I will fall ill, but I do try and at least manage the worsts of what could be, and I read a lot about it in my free time. I follow up all the researchers in the West, and I want to arm myself with latest information as much as I can. I fell really into thinking about economics just along the way, and that is another area which I'm intentional about, and I try and sort of think more about that. And I have thought, should I go and study? But I don't think I'm that person who will. I'll learn more through empirics and through debate and through reading on my own and talking to interesting people, and that's the approach which I have taken. I can get very hyper focused. There was a period in my life where I don't know why I suddenly wanted to learn about cosmetics and skincare. So I went into the science of all the latest in skincare and all the molecules and what was happening in Japan versus Korea versus US. This was 5-6 years ago. And there was a period of few months where I was just constantly researching what had happened in that industry, more skincare rather than cosmetics. It's not like I'm a great person who uses a lot of skincare. It caught my fancy. And
Any big TILs from that?
yes, what the Baz Luhrmann's song says, yes, sunscreen is extremely important. If you can apply it 3 times a day, do that, because effectiveness is for 2 to 4 hours depending on what sunscreen you're using. Again, I'm not a dermatologist, so please take all
Are
this as-
moisturizers good, like this one I'm holding up?
Yes, Japanese would tell you hyaluronic acid is better for moisturizing your skin, and it gets into micropores and really nourishes the deeper layers of your derma layer. So there are many, many forms of moisturizers. I cannot see hyaluronic acid
In this, in
it's more
mine.
like a regular body lotion.
Yeah.
One of the things which has been scientifically shown to have improvement in aging skin is retinol across 30 years. So it's not a new thing. It's, again, I try to look for things which have been tried and
What is
tested.
retinol?
Retinol is vitamin A.
Okay.
So, you get 200 rupees ka retinoid in pharmacies here. Again, I'm not
And
prescribing
you have to apply it or
on
eat
your
it?
skin. So basically on your face, take a pea size and apply it on your face. Avoid your eyes and lips. And there'll be flaking for the dead. It basically increases your cell turnover on your face. And you will have a lot of flaking, but essentially your newer, younger layers will come out. And you should not do it very often. It's done at night. Maybe start with one night a week. And after a few weeks, add another night a week. After 6 months, go up to 3 or 4 nights a week.
And then you're doing it all day after a while.
No, it's only at night. It's very powerful, so you don't do it.
Mhm.
And you wash your face, you put tretinoin, and you put moisturizer, and then you sleep. So tretinoin, sunscreen, moisturizer, nourishment, omega-3s, exercise. Those are the cheapest and most effective things. There are many other things you can layer on, niacinamide and vitamin C, many, many things. But I went to very expensive. Then I cut it down to the very basic. And sunscreen, retinol, and good, decent, moisturizer doesn't need to be so complicated, but a decent one is good enough.
If you're indoor most of the day, do you still need to put sunscreen?
Yes, because we get a lot of ambient light and the tube light, other things, and it does make a difference.
Wow, amazing. So, so
And I don't do this on an everyday basis, give people advice on skincare, but
you should write an essay on this. No, it would be fascinating. And our shampoo is bad for you.
I have not researched hair care. So
Okay. It's only skincare.
I tend to get hyper focused on certain things.
Yeah. No, I picked up this Le Quotidien, the daily shampoo from Bath and Body Works, and I really like it. And it says daily shampoo, so I'm using it every day. But I vaguely remember hearing that you're not supposed to put shampoo every day; it'll mess with you,
Yeah, it depends on the season, and it depends on your hair
etc.,
type.
etc., and the quality of water, and etc., etc. All of
I
that shit.
haven't researched it deeply.
So, you've spent a lot of your time here today. Thank you so much for that. You could have been doing something more useful. You could have been walking in the Bombay sun outside, which is not too harsh, Delhi people, not too harsh. And you could have, after putting sunscreen, of course. But so my final question for you, traditional one I ask all my guests, that for me and my listeners, recommend books, films, music, any kind of art at all, which you love so much you want to share with the world. And it doesn't have to be on healthcare, by the way. Though it can, but it doesn't have to be.
I think many people may have already come across Sandman graphic novels by Neil Gaiman, but
Of course.
I'm a big fan. I haven't read it in a long time, but I'm a big fan. Yeah. I think it's wonderful and kooky and
That's it?
weird and wonderful. Yeah, that's it.
Films, music.
I do not. Another book I feel which has really been two books actually now that you got me going. Dune. So I read it in my undergrad days and it opened up my eyes because you go past the first book to the third book and the fourth book and it gets weirder. I don't know. You've read all the series. And it was the first time I understood the rise and fall of civilizations in a very visceral manner and how the good becomes bad and how the bad gets overthrown and
the passing of time.
So it's a very fascinating book which is relevant to the world as it is, right? It's a analogy about oil and rise and fall of civilizations and other things. So I found Dune. The second, third, fourth books were not as good, but I thought the whole concept was fascinating.
And you said you thought of two books.
Yeah, one other was another science fiction, Ender's Game.
Yeah.
So again, so the whole series, especially the first three books, is what I have really loved. And again, many people will know this. So the first, should I spoiler alerts?
Yeah. I mean, okay. Spoiler alert. If you've gotten this far. Yeah.
So the first book, Ender's Game, is what if we were being attacked by some civilization, some alien civilization? How would we defend ourselves? And how do you take children to become soldiers, which are lethal, and then to defend the planet? But eventually it turns out to be that actually you're the destroyer of the other planet. And just that the switch is crazy. And, because in a way how children can be brainwashed into mean killing machines. And in some places it does happen. So it was quite a revelation in what is childhood, what is adulthood, what is defense, what is, genocide, and what if aliens were to exist, how we would react to them. So I found that the whole build up, and it also has these elements where there are groups of young boys and girls combating and learning how to grow stronger against each other, and the ruthlessness with which armies can be formed. And I am a person who doesn't like being told what to do, and I like agency and freedom for myself. So that whole field was very different for me. But what I really loved was the second book, Speaker for the Dead. And, in the Indian culture, we do not really talk about people in our lives. When someone passes away, we say good things. And it was very striking for me that in the Speaker for the Dead, so Ender, who has become the, destroyer of a alien species, renounces the world and sort of becomes a priest-like figure, speaker for the dead. And he hops to different planets and he helps different species. So it's a fast forward of time right now, and there are many species. And when someone dies, he talks to everybody in that person's family to collect all the stories, and then he does a speaking session, which is all the good, bad, and the ugly of that person's life. So it's like a truth narrative, which has a healing power because there's an acknowledgement and movement. And I found that to be a very innovative and new and a very touching concept, because in India, we do not talk about things. There's so many unsaid things which happen, and there's more stories to that, but that aspect of it was, then he finds a way to restore that destroyed civilization. But this aspect was very interesting, and there are many other parts to the series which are fun. So I would say Ender's Game.
Yeah, I love it how, science fiction, the best science fiction, will often tackle big questions that otherwise literature doesn't. I mean, in normal sort of literature, often everything has been normalized and you're not taking big enough leaps and asking the really big questions and etc. etc. And the very best science fiction does that, which is why it is so sort of provocative and thought-inspiring. So thank you so much, Amrita. This was great. This was amazing. You got to come back in 2074. I've calendarized it. You will get a calendar invite in 2064. So thanks.
Looking forward to good health span till then. Thank you.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, share it with anyone you think might be interested. Check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Amrita doesn't really seem to be active on social media, but you can follow me on Twitter, aka X, at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.